for your next town manager. Really thrilled to be able to be here to help out this community. I just wanted to let everyone in the audience and who might be watching online know that we are moving on this recruitment process expeditiously and thoughtfully. There will be opportunities for the public to provide input into what they would like to see in their next town manager. The recruitment will go live this Friday. That will include a brochure that will be posted and available to anybody that would like to take a look at what we're looking for and what the council is looking for in their ideal candidate. Alongside that, there will be opportunities for the public to participate in a short survey. There will be a link that will go out there on the town's homepage and also on our website, where members of the community can answer some questions around, again, what attributes they would like to see in their next town manager and issues that you think that that these candidates should be aware of. We will also have a live email address that is posted, specifically yountville@ralphanderson.com, where anybody can go on and provide just open-ended information that they'd like to provide to me. Most importantly, we are also going to be facilitating a series of listening sessions to the community, with the community, where you all would be able to, again, provide that important input to the council as they make their decisions around who comes in as the next leader. So much more information to come on that. Absolutely thrilled to be here, to be able to help. I am very accessible. My email is actually sabrina@ralphanderson.com if anyone wants to reach out directly, but we will have that unique email address live by Friday when the recruitment officially opens up, and more to come around those listening sessions. We really do want to hear from you and be able to provide that themes to the council as they make their decision. So thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming. We'll be in touch. Okay, thank you. I just also wanted to announce that between now and our next meeting will be our 4th of July celebration. Samantha and her team have put together a wonderful program on Saturday, July the 4th from 4 to 7 in Veterans Park. And on holidays, usually the Yountville Bee does not run, but we were able to secure a driver, so the Bee will be running regular hours that day. So those are my announcements. Anybody else? Yes, Councilmember McKee.
Thank you. I'll just make a quick appreciation comment for the folks that have brought food for the Community Action Napa Valley Barrel that is at the community center. The food that we supply in that barrel goes to the food bank and gets distributed with Can V, as they call themselves. And the June item for anybody that's new in the audience is pasta and dried noodles and rice. So please fill that barrel, and we'll be feeding families out of Yountville. Much appreciated. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none. Let's move on. We do not have any proclamations and recognitions today. Now it's public comment, anything not on the agenda. And just to remind the public that we do have an agenda item 11A 12A, talking about the Commons. So you can hold any comments you have about the comments until we get to that item. It should be pretty quick today. And so if anybody would like to come up and address the council, just come up to the podium.
My name is Sandy Fagan. I live at Rancho de Napa here in Yountville. And first, just speaking to the consultants, it was exciting to hear them say at our previous briefing that they would not only be doing outreach, but they would be doing inreach. We have people in our community who would be likely candidates. At any rate, while I don't want to talk about the Commons in specific, I also did want to reflect something that I heard, I think, at the other meeting, and that is that there was great interest in getting people to talk to each other. And it occurred to me when I was thinking it through myself, I needed to be sure that I was defining things in my mind the way others might be. And so maybe one of the first things we needed to do was to be sure we had a common understanding. When we talk about something like affordability, are we talking about, a percentage of the average median income, and it's this percent and that percent? Or are we talking about folks that ought not to have to pay more than maybe a third of their monthly income in housing, when many are paying 40, 50%, that sort of thing? Are we talking about the real effect or the figures? What are we looking at, and that sort of thing? So I had to begin to think a little bit about that, and I also had to think about to myself what I would like to have seen. But you know what? What can I live with? What would be okay? I'm not going to get everything I want. I'm not going to have, people aren't going to say, well, Sandy wants this or Sandy wants that. But it's going to be a matter of compromise, and I was just really excited about the fact that begin to think about that. Where can we meet in the middle for some of us that maybe had pretty good things? I guess what I wanted to mention, too, was that I also went back and looked at the housing element that we have in place that we did 2023 to 2031. You folks know what that is. If someone doesn't, it's a really comprehensive, hugely comprehensive idea about what housing should look like in Yountville. Lots of data, lots of tables, lots of good information. We've moved along a little bit with that, so obviously we've got, we're 3 years into that plan, so figures may have changed, but not dramatically, I don't think. But the neat thing about that is they also talked in that about a lot about participation by the community, public participation. They talked about listed all sorts, maybe about eight ways the public might be able to participate and so forth. So I remembered that was a lot of work in that. It got done and filed with the state. And maybe we can draw some information from that. So that is on the housing. My hearing aids, I think, are going off. But at any rate, I wanted to mention the housing element. And the other thing I liked about that was the fact that when somebody does journal articles and so forth, they're to answer the who, what, how, when, why, where, that sort of thing in the article to make it complete. That is our element. I looked at that and I went, wait a minute. It addresses all of those sorts of things. And maybe that's what we could look at when we have our community conversations, is the idea of who are we talking about? Are we talking about who is this housing for? It says affordable and workplace housing. So are we talking about affordable for seniors who maybe aren't working in them? How do we do that? How do we look at that? What do we have come together on that sort of thing? But why are we doing it? Is it really about, again, people that are paying an inordinate amount of money, percentage of their household income for housing? Maybe there's something other than just stark figures. How are we going to do this? At what point do we design and then try to finance? Do we finance, then we design? How do we work those kinds of things together? What are we even talking about? Are we talking about housing designs? Are we talking about amenities? What are we talking about? All kinds of stuff. Do we talk about things about the commons themselves and so forth? So I guess I'm just really thrilled that we can talk about subject matter. We can all come together, roughly not of the same mind, but come together where we can compromise with each other and get a really super product. Anyway, thank you for all your effort.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else like to come up and address the council?
So maybe first, as a point of procedure, my comments have to do with the town manager and the job search. Is that, in your view, separate from the commons?
Town manager would be a separate, and could you state your name? It's optional, but if you could state your name for the record, that would be appreciated.
Stephen Becker.
Okay.
Been here for about 2 decades now, but only paying attention to some of this local matter in the last several months. I want to read a letter that I sent to each of you individually You should have received it yesterday. And as a means of
It was actually provided as public comment for our
Sorry?
meeting. It was the town clerk included it as public comment for today's meeting.
It was included with the closed session agenda item because that was most relevant.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to read this letter. I'm writing this note as it is apparent that when public discussion of the job search for the town manager may occur, the town council might consider dialogue with the public regarding the job description and role in the wake of recent events related to the Commons, including departure of the prior town manager and selection of an executive search committee. The events related to the Commons and path forward for the town are well known and documented by the town council's recordings of public comment and numerous articles and letters in local and regional press. At the time of this writing, there appears to be few, if any, who support the now defunct Commons project. The public-led referendum compelled the town council to abandon the project and to accept the town zoning board's unanimous ruling. So this is an opportunity for a much-needed reset. High-level candidates for the town manager position need to have the benefit of an objective and synthetic summary of the Commons events. Yet to date, there has been no formal efforts to summarize the timelines, explicate process, or evaluate outcomes. It seems naive to believe that the town will somehow recruit the best talent absent a more public, systematic review and understanding of events. Indeed, consider how you, as experienced civic leaders, might regard the sudden stoppage of a months-long process that satisfied the town's purchase of the former YES property, while simultaneously addressing, in part, the state's mandate for affordable housing. The collapse of the poorly studied and never budgeted project has raised alarm regarding the competencies of the town management, oversight, and responsibility. This will not be lost on attentive candidates for the town manager position. The current search for a town manager is no ordinary search, but rather an effort to find a seasoned individual willing to step into a storm of controversy, a mistrustful public, and a town council whose credibility has been depleted. We must provide this individual with the confidence of our intent, a vision for the town, and the tools to succeed. This will entail demonstration from the town council to an unbiased documentation of events, a forthright and professional search process, and utmost leadership by example. Some questions and comments from me are offered for your consideration. First, how does the town council envision informing and explaining the Commons events to potential town manager candidates? 2, will the town council agree to oversee a document that summarizes events related to the Commons? If so, how and by whom will this document be undertaken? My comment. Absent a clear summary, a serial individual or group interviews with potential candidates, town council, and staff will almost certainly be incomplete. A Rashomon-like experience will serve neither the town's best interest nor be fair to the potential candidate. And the Rashomon-like is footnoted, and I'll read that footnote from Google AI. Akira Kurosawa's 1950 film, Rashomon, famously explores how different people can give completely conflicting accounts of the same event. The film's core lesson is that objective truth is often unknowable because human memory is deeply flawed, heavily biased by personal ego, self-interest, and the desire to save face. Will the town council take the leadership role in the documentation process? Fourth and last, will the town council seek to broaden those involved in such a process to include critical external, i.e. public stakeholders?
Your time is up. I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Okay. Finally, understand the task and responsibilities that you as town council face. Yet be clear.
Can you wrap up? We need to
I am wrapping up. This is the last sentence. Be clear that your coming work and eventual decisions will affect you the least. Rather, it is the town, those who live and work here, and future governance who will depend most critically on the actions, your actions, in the next period.
Anybody else want to come up and address the council?
Mayor,
Yes.
I feel like I need to make a couple of statements about that public statement.
Okay.
The ending statement especially, I felt a bit attacked by, that it's clear that we, as the council, would be affected least. We are residents of this town. We've committed an extraordinary amount of time to this community, and I feel like that's a statement that is on its face patently false. We all feel everything.
Long of tooth and short on telomeres. We will be dead. The impact of your decision will live far beyond us. That's
Yeah.
what I'm trying
Yeah.
to tell you. It's not an attack. It is simply a statement.
Excuse me, let's not
Okay.
debate this here.
All right, well, I will take that as a true statement from you. Thank you. But I also have a few questions about some of your assumptions and allegations towards our motivation and our ability to move a project forward. So I just would like to say that your Rashomon test, the reality that you're quoting doesn't match up with the written records and the documents that remain as the history of this Commons project. So it would behoove all of us, and we're going to start that today, in reviewing those documents and making sure we're all on the same page.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else like to come up and address the council, anything that's not on our agenda today? Seeing none, I will go ahead and close the public comment then and move on. We have 7 items on our consent calendar, and can I get a motion and a second for the items A through G on our consent calendar from the council?
I move approval of the consent calendar.
I will second. And
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar items?
Mayor, just a thank you to those that reapplied to the Arts Commission and for stepping back up and being involved. They're a very important community commission, and we appreciate all the work they do for residents, visitors, and all of us. So thank you
Okay.
for staying involved.
And Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
Thank you. It is for item E, as we're adopting a resolution to approve the use of general fund assigned budget and legal contingencies in the amount of $70,000 for the general town attorney services to complete this fiscal year. And I wanted to ask our town attorney for an overview and to see if this is to cover the any particular requests for public documents or how this is being spent.
Yeah, and I'm happy to provide that additional detail. So, when we're anticipating the budget at the beginning of the year, like other departments, we're looking back and then also forward and things that we can anticipate. And there are some things that we can't anticipate. So there were some things that came up in the last few months that did increase the budget unexpectedly. Those include a lot of Public Records Act requests, which require a lot of document review and consultation with staff. Claims and litigation that are not covered by the risk pool. So typically when the town faces a claim, the risk pool will cover that. Sometimes that does not occur, and there have been claims where that's the case, and so our office is handling those. And then also staff transitions. We don't anticipate your town manager leaving, and that creates some additional work as well. So those three things has resulted in an increase in the cost.
When we have the public records requests with a lot of redundancies and from the same attorney and basically asking for the same thing in just a different way, can we forward the same records to consolidate?
Certainly, if there's overlap, yes.
There is.
But the Records Act does require that we do the due diligence for every request, and so we will search and make sure that we are searching and doing the due diligence for every request. There are some overlaps, and I'll say that Jason's very good with helping with that and helping to narrow the request a bit. But some of these requests have resulted in hundreds of thousands of documents that have to be reviewed by staff and then also our office as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Again, any public comment on our consent? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. By opposed or abstained, so our consent calendar passes unanimously. We have no guest presentations and one public hearing. That public hearing is to consider adopting conditionally approving a use permit to allow outdoor seating on the rear patio and garden and increase the permitted number of special events with amplified music, and a sign permit for a projecting sign at 6764 Washington Street, and finding the project exempt from California Environmental Quality Act, better known as CEQA. So with that, can we get a staff report, please?
Oh, Mayor?
Yes.
I think I have to recuse myself from participating in this. Do I need to do that now and leave?
Yeah, and just for a little bit of more information on that, it's due to the proximity of your residence to Ponchas, which is within the 500 feet that requires recusal.
Right.
Okay,
So,
we will
yes.
come find you when it's over.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll take my phone.
Okay.
And Mayor, what's interesting about this change of this business is that I was reviewing a part of the staff report we saw in 1993 resolution from the town approving some initial uses at Ponchas. And at that time, the vice mayor was a member of the council then, and participated in discussion is also Mayor Lefwich, who literally lived one block away and participated. So times have changed when it comes to conflict of interest and Brown Act. So
Yeah, and those maps that we all know so well. So thank you for that interesting anecdote. So with that, we'll have a staff report, and just to let everybody know the procedures, the public hearing. So after the staff report, council will ask questions of the staff, and then I'll open the public hearing, and the applicant can come up and make a presentation. We'll take public comment within the public hearing, and then you can come up and express your opinion. And then I will allow the applicant more time. So the applicant's total time will be 15 minutes to make your presentation, or less is perfectly fine, I'm sure, whatever you'll need. And after public comment, you'll have another 5 minutes for rebuttal, any rebuttal statements, and then I'll close the public hearing, and we'll come back to council for debate. So, and I'll walk you through each one of those steps as we get there. So, yes, give us a staff report and tell us more about the project in detail, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, and members of the council. Item 10A is
I'm not sure if your microphone is on.
There we go. Okay. Item 10A is a project submitted by Ponchas LLC for their property at 6764 Washington Street. The project includes 2 applications for the council's consideration today. The first being a use permit amendment to allow outdoor seating on the rear patio and garden and increase the permitted number of special events with amplified music. And the second being a sign permit for a projecting sign. Staff and the ZDRB, following review of the application, have determined it to be exempt under sections It's 15301 and 15061B3 from CEQA. Some background on the property. 6764 Washington Street is located on the east side of Washington between Madison and Padrone. The site is designated for Old Town commercial land use, both by the zoning regulations and the town's general plan. And the general development pattern in this area is a traditional corridor, strict corridor pattern. This is the no-yo commercial corridor, where you have commercial uses fronting both sides of Washington Street, those being on the west side, being of a higher intensity and scale, and then moving across to the east side of Washington, where you have those neighborhoods serving lower scale, lower intensity uses, and then directly adjacent the residential neighborhood. So the existing entitlements for the site do in fact include the original use permit from 1993 that is still in effect. Then following that, the use permit amendment and design review, which were approved by this body in 2024. That was largely related to the remodel and restoration of the site. Currently, the use is permitted to have a maximum capacity of 51 patrons, and they have an approved nonconforming parking ratio of 6, including 1 accessible stall for those 51 patrons. The use permit does not include provisions for outdoor seating or special events. And then lastly, I did want to mention we recently approved, staff recently approved a Washington Street activation permit to allow the seating on the front patio there. The subject site is approximately 1/4 acre in size and is developed with a 1,282 square foot building, and there are covered patios located at both the front and rear of the building. I do want to mention that there is mature landscaping along the far eastern portion of the site, as well as a wood privacy fence that provides some level of screening and buffering from this property to the residential sites to the east. Okay. The applicant and / owner is proposing to use the rear patio and garden for outdoor seating, and during regular operations, the maximum capacity requested for the patio would be 40 patrons. You can see the use area there in blue. The hours of operation would be 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., 7 days a week, and then an additional request to feature non-amplified music on Saturday and Sunday from 2 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. There are no increase in permitted decibel levels associated with the regular operations of the site. So what that means is that the regulations for impacts on adjacent use in the Yountville Municipal Code and the associated decibel levels would still apply during regular operations. Those levels of sound are typically comparable to that of a regular conversation, laughter, things of that nature. And the sound would be measured, if necessary, from the receiving property line, which would be basically the backyard of the adjacent residential uses. The second component of the use permit amendment is a request to allow for 4 special events to be hosted on the rear patio and garden each month. The maximum capacity requested is 150 guests in total, and these would occur on Saturday or Sunday from 2 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Amplified music is a component of the request for the special event, and so noise is likely going to be in excess of what is allowed during regular operations, being that it's amplified. The Yountville Municipal Code does not impose a decibel limit for amplified noise that's related to a special event. Typically, staff will request that we keep it at 80 decibel levels, and then if the sheriff is called out, they would have the discretion to request that the volume of the music was lowered or turned off accordingly. With that being said, I mentioned that staff generally limits the sound to 80 decibels. There is a condition of approval that is being recommended, condition number 6, that requires the applicant to communicate all details of the proposed special events in advance so that staff can talk through the plan in terms of circulation, parking, what type of music and volume is anticipated, the number of guests, and that will allow us to then place parameters as necessary, talk through how we can best manage the operations while minimizing any impacts on adjacent uses. Proposed improvements associated with the two changes in use include the portable furnishings, which will be on the patio, and a fire pit, low-level string lighting, and then low-profile boundary features, which will be around the perimeter of the rear garden. The intent of those features is to keep patrons toward the center center and western portion of the site, and prevent them from migrating to the east, where potential noise could have a larger impact on those adjacent residences. Additionally, the applicant is proposing to further delineate via wheel stops and striping the existing gravel parking area, which would bring the total to 8, including 1 accessible stall. During special events, the applicant has stated that they potentially could bring portable restroom facilities to the site, depending on the number of guests and whether or not that's necessary. And they have stated that they would site those restrooms as far away as they can, as feasible, from the residential and eastern portion of the site, while also trying to ensure that they're located in a place where they do not take up a parking space. So speaking of parking, the existing ratio is approved nonconforming via the 2024 use permit, and it's 6, including 1 accessible stall, for a total of 51 seats. The proposed ratio would be 8, including 1 accessible stall, for a total capacity of 91 during regular operations, of course, so 51 plus indoor plus 40 outdoor. And then for special events, same, 8 and 1 accessible, but for a total capacity of 150. The applicant and owner has proposed the use of private group transport to mitigate parking impacts during special events, should that be required. And the Ponchas recently enrolled in the Employee Parking Management Program, which would allow their staff to utilize the off-site, on-street parking spaces that are around the park, should the patrons need those additional spaces. Before we move into the sign permit, I did want to provide just some comparison in terms of what this request is and how it relates to some of the other special event approvals in the area. So for context, this would be during general operations, those 91 guests, 2 employees, and an end time on the rear patio and garden at 9 p.m. And then during special events, it would be, as requested, 4 per month or 48 annually, with a maximum capacity of 150 guests. So the way that the municipal code currently describes special events, they have a capacity of above 200 patrons. That would be if they were just applying via a one-off application. So this request is a little bit lower capacity than that. But for comparison, Stewart Cellars, the adjacent neighbor, during their general operations, they have 165 guests and 5 to 8 employees with 17 parking stalls. And they have 18 special events annually, 6 which are outdoor and can occur monthly between May and October, so 1 per month during the times of year when it's nice outside, and then an additional 12 indoor, 1 per month events annually. And those allow 200 or more guests per the town special event ordinance. So at the time that they reach out to staff to discuss the details, that's when that limit would be set. And then Jessup, for another comparison, they have 12 on-site parking stalls, and during their use permit does not limit the number of guests during general operations, but during special events, they are permitted to have 28 special events annually with a maximum guest capacity of 50. And then 2 special events annually with 200 or more guests. So that just gives you a comparison of other use permits in the area. Okay, and then moving to the second component of the project, the applicant and owner is requesting a sign permit to approve a projecting sign. The sign is already in existence. It's located on the building's south parapet wall. It's 22 inches in circumference, and it's currently wired for internal illumination. The reason why this application is coming to the town council is due to the town's concurrent processing procedure, which requires those projects that have multiple approvals to receive final approval from the highest authority required by any of those related approvals. Applications for projecting signs may be approved when the findings outlined in the code are established, and these include one which states that the sign may not be internally illuminated. So, of course, as proposed, the sign is both projecting and internally illuminated. Therefore, the recommended conditions of approval do include a prohibition on the use of the sign's illumination feature. Approval of the sign permit for a projecting sign with the internal illumination would require this body to grant an exception to the provisions of the sign code. We'll talk a little bit more in detail about the ZDRB meeting in a second, but the findings there are a pretty difficult bar to pass, and so if we have questions or maybe discussion on that, I'll defer to the town attorney, but the ZDRB did not feel that they could make those findings at that time, at the time of their meeting. So on May 12th, there was a notice meeting, and the ZDRB adopted the resolution recommending the town council conditionally approve the use permit with the conditions as proposed in your packet. And again, had some discussion surrounding the illumination of the sign, and the findings didn't feel that those necessarily could be made at this time, and so had talked about potentially suggesting a revision to the sign code in the future to allow that. And with that, I'm glad to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you. So any questions from the town council before I open the public hearing? Councilmember Tripp.
I just wanted to clarify, so the area we're talking about is, did I get this right in the staff report, 740 square feet?
Yes, that is correct. And I have, in the event that there's questions, I have some pictures here so you can see. So it would include the portion of this turf area,
Okay.
and then the rear patio there. Oh, there you go. There's a better view of it.
Okay. So it's currently permitted for 91 people, I think.
Currently, it's 51.
51.
Patrons.
So that's a lot of people for 740 square feet, the increase.
The 40?
Yeah. Okay. Say that again. It's currently permitted in total.
For 50 guests, and this increase would allow for regular operations that to jump to 90.
And then for special events, though, it would jump to 150.
Correct.
Right. So you would be going from 90 to 150. 91.
Yes.
Okay,
During
so-
special events, yes.
Right. And so that's a lot of people in 740 square feet, which is basically like a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment, right?
Plus
My
a-
understanding is that the intent is for there to be standing room in the rear. So there's only seating for, I believe, I think 38 in total, if you counted
Oh,
up all
okay.
of the seats and the bench and all of that at maximum. But then the intent would be for those other guests to be standing, potentially some for special events could be on the inside of the site as well, or inside the building. But yes, that is the max capacity as requested.
Yes, and thank you. It was a really very thorough staff report, so thank you.
So I'm very interested in, did you delineate when you do have any amplified music where the speakers would be, how high they would be, which way they'd be reporting? I know it's supposed to be, there's a, one line in our code right now that says you'll take every opportunity possible to, mitigate, sound extrusion or something like that. But there isn't really much any specific information. Was there any specific information that you were providing? I didn't really see it in the staff report, but no discussion about that?
So the speakers would be required to be oriented toward the center of the site and not toward the adjacent sound receiving properties, but there was not a specific location in terms of delineation on the site plan where those would be located.
So is that, so there's no, you don't have to get a specific amplified sound permit for every event. This use permit would be encompassing.
So the use permit would be encompassing. However, in advance of every special event, they would be required to contact staff with the details of the event in terms of number of patrons, how they plan to set up, location of speakers, should they be using them, and we would review at that time. The difference is that if they were to go through the regular special event process, it requires a little bit more lead time in terms of submitting an application. There's a fee associated with that. There's also
And so which one are you referring to now, whether the fee and the, because if you're doing something once a week, I don't know, you're going to be
So that's what they're trying to
doing a
avoid.
lot.
That's if they were going through the regular process. So with adding this to the use permit, they wouldn't have to pay the fee. They would not have to submit online. Instead, they would be contacting staff with the details of the event, and we would work with them to address the plans and mitigate any unintended impacts accordingly.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, with the use permit, they do not have to go through the special permit at all?
No.
Or notify the town, or,
They have to notify staff, but they don't have to send out any type of notification to neighbors. Or
so you just have to send staff an email, it's just like in an hour, it's Friday night, we're going to turn on the music?
10 days in advance. So
10
that we can
days
work
in
with them on a
advance.
plan.
Okay, but they're going to have them once a week. Okay, so they'll just have to work that out. All right, got it.
And this is similar to that condition, the 10 days, and working with staff is similar to what we've approved for other adjacent properties. So for that context.
Okay. Questions?
So given the limited square footage out there, even a 3 or 4 piece band is going to require at least 48 square feet to have guitar, bass, drums, speakers, even probably more. So have we considered that into the space? And maybe my questions are more for the client, but that's going to deduct from the standing room only space. And then you've got also, according to the notes, maybe some cornhole, which needs a clear line for playing. So I just see this as quite a packed space.
So the applicant, the site plan does not specifically delineate where a band would be set up. They would need to, adjust accordingly if they were going to bring those folks in. And I think that part of the intent of the furnishings that they chose not being fixed is for that reason. So my understanding is that then they could remove those if they wanted all standing room, if that better suited the type of event they were holding. But I'll largely defer to the applicant owner, Scott Lewis, to answer that question.
Because I think turning the speakers inward is kind of confusing. The speakers would need to go towards the west, but then we would want to make sure R&D across the street isn't getting bombarded with their outdoor dining. So we'll have to, consider that. I know the bands will play at a proper decimal, but I'm also a musician, and I've been told more than once to turn down. So I know how it goes after a beer or two. And so the furniture would be removed for an event.
It could be, yes.
It could be. The other question I had was regarding the fact that transportation was secured, and there's a plan for that in the future. That tells me that the events aren't necessarily 100% for the community, and I have talked to a lot of residents that are like, so are you saying that 4 times a month the space will not be, for us to go down and enjoy the patio? So I want to hear a little more about that, if I may.
No, wait till I open the public hearing. I'll get you up here.
Okay. So, keep that question in mind, and I will as well. So just wanting to find out if you'll be selling tickets and to groups, and that'll be in addition to our residents who want to have a drink in the afternoon and enjoy their weekends with you. And the last question, this probably will be for the client as well.
Maybe you can hold on to that. We'll just do to staff. I don't, because I haven't opened the public hearing.
Okay.
So just hold that for just.
I just can't wait.
I
Sorry.
know.
Okay.
Okay, good. Yes, Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your staff report. So I thought maybe it'd be best maybe to ask a few of my questions, and then the applicant, when they make their presentation, can respond to them as well. So I was looking at the report on the conditions. It says a total of 48 special events featuring amplified sound are permitted annually, but then in parentheses it says 4 per month. So as compared to maybe the other North Yountville businesses that have special events, are we saying 48 for the year, or are we saying 4 per month? I mean, in terms of, is it, I mean, could you have more than 4 per month?
So as requested, it was 48 events on Saturdays and Sundays. So I just included the 4 per. Sorry, they requested Saturday or Sunday. So 48.
Oh, so it's Saturday or Sunday, and so a maximum of 4 per month with a total of then a total number of events of totaling 48.
Correct.
Okay. So in your staff report, you talked about the. I guess there's just some maybe logistic questions that I have too. With an event where there's a special event and there's 150 people, does the conditional use permits allow them to close the parking? Or, I mean, when you have 150 people there, how will the existing parking spaces, will they still be available? Or do special events allow them to close off the parking area and for guests or for this private transportation that arrives at the event location? Or
So the guests that were there for the private event, or for the special event, I should say, should be utilizing that parking first. And then, of course, we know there's only 8 spaces, so if there were 150 individuals, there would need to be an alternative at that point. But as far as I'm aware, there's been no request to close off that parking, and the applicant tends to use that to the extent to which it can provide for those special events.
So as a part of the use, a conditional use permit, are we, I know the family, I mean, the Harris have been here a long time, and but I mean, in terms of how we inform the event location, that, I mean, that there's parking, there's obviously parking around the North Park, but there's a whole bunch of it that's also permitted for businesses along in North Yountville. So there's limitations to, are there restrictions where parking, it'll be clear in the use permit where parking is allowed and not allowed in this?
So we have not included any specification in terms of where overflow parking would be in the use permit. That would be something that would be handled at the time of the submittal for the special event. So we could look to coordinate, for example, you know, if there was another event going on, then maybe we would say, okay, there's not going to be parking available, let's adjust, or kind of working with some of the other things that are going on in the community to observe the capacity around the park or in other areas. Okay,
so in terms of, that's an interesting thing. In terms of the other businesses, Stewart Cellars or Jessup Cellars, they have events. Do we have specific conditions for them in terms of parking requirements in the neighborhood or anything like that, or limitations of where people can park, or notifications that are a part of those other special permit approvals?
No, so both the two adjacent neighbors, through their use permits, they have a special event, and the same kind of situation there. So when they are preparing for the event, they would let staff know, and we would work with them on parking and other factors. But typically, no, there's not specific areas around the park or otherwise that we kind of block off for patrons for these events.
Okay. And so you also, in the report, it also mentioned, you know, maybe the potential of them providing portable toilets, but there's a very limited space where those could go. I mean, so we're talking about the ability to allow them to bring portable toilets, but they can't eliminate parking from where they will go. So I'm not sure how much more detail we need to provide, or how much we need to know about where these portable toilets will be, and when these special events occur. I don't know if it, we have particular limitations in terms of protecting the parking that does exist there, and we've got a lot of guests that'll be on a very small area. So should we have more clarification in the use permit where potential portable toilets would be located, or?
That's definitely a condition that could be added. I might have you ask the question to the applicant so that he can address kind of
asking him now so we
where
can
the intended location is. I know that you want to balance two things, right? We don't want to put the restrooms right next to, at the edge of the site, right where they're going to be adjacent to the residential neighbors, but also understand that we want to maintain the existing parking stalls that are there. So he may be able to better speak to where he intends to place those.
Okay, good. How many, again, special use permits have we approved for Jessup and Stewart Cellars?
So Jessup is allowed 18 special events annually, and they are divided up in two different categories. So 6 of those can be outdoor, occurring between May and October, so effectively 1 per month during the nice months out of the year outside, and then an additional 12 indoor special events annually. So 1 per month throughout the entire year, and then during the summer, effectively 2 per month, 1 indoor and 1 outdoor.
Okay. And then does Stewart Cellars have?
Oh, sorry, that was for Stewart. And then for Jessup, it's 28 special events annually. They have a maximum guest capacity of 50, and then an additional 2 special events annually with 200 or more for a total of 30. And as you're thinking about this, I do want to note that the town has an annual use permit monitoring program. So each year we look at all of the use permits that we have on file and go through the conditions of approval and check to see, have we heard anything about these conditions not being followed? Are things, in line with on the site as they were, whenever this was originally approved? And then if we find that there is deviation, there is a process in the municipal code that outlines the town manager could hold an administrative hearing to either change those conditions if they're not working, if they needed to be more stringent, or, if you're in violation of your use permit, revocation would be possible as well. But I did want to make it clear that we do review these annually and then in response to any comments or complaints.
So that annual review allows for, at some point, a potential review of the use permit if there was violations or something like that?
Correct.
And do you know from just reviewing Jessup or Stewart Cellars, when we initially approved those special use permits, did we have a timeline where we went back with them and took a look at them after 6 months, and just kind of had a review of that? Was that a part of either one of those approvals?
I'm not sure, I'm sorry, but I do know that they would have been subject to the same annual monitoring that we do for all use permits. Whether or not there was a special time limitation applied in their conditions, I'm not aware.
And how, in terms of that review, how does staff do that? Is it are the events locations reporting these events, and then you're tracking them through the year, so you're keeping an ongoing count of what's occurring at the different sites?
Right, so they should be reaching out to us in advance of the event to let us know what's happening and request our approval of their plan, and so then at that time we would have record that the event occurred. We do our best. If something occurred and we weren't notified, then maybe a neighbor or someone would let us know, but as long as they're reaching out to us, then we would have that record.
But our conditional use permit requires, even though we're allowing a certain number, that there is a reportable requirement for them to tell the town that that event's going to occur, and so that
Yes.
you're aware of it, even though it's a permitted number, time, number of people, they have to report to town. There's just a tracking for the town.
Yes. So if you look at the condition approval number 6, outlines that the prior, in advance of any special event, 10 days prior, they need to submit the details to town staff, and we will work with them to provide recommendations and review their proposed event and operations and setup.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I just have a follow-on question to that. So these, the 28 special events by Jessup and the 18 by Stewart per year, does this automatically include amplified music, similar to what?
Yes,
Okay.
they are allowed to have amplified music during the special
So
events.
it's part of that use permit? Okay, without a separate thing. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. So again, what we're going to do is ask the applicant, you'll have, if you've got multiple people, a total of 15 minutes to come up and make a presentation, and we can take questions from the council as well. So Scott, are you going to do the talking? Okay. So I will officially open the public hearing.
Hi, Scott Lewis with Ponchas, 6764 Washington Street. When we went about putting this application together, because of the history of Ponchas, there's been events that's happened there in the past. Back in the day, the prior ownership has had many ways of doing things, but and I actually participated many years ago in some of the events in the backyard as well. But obviously, going through the use permit, what we received, we wanted to make something. And just going back to the idea was to build a beer and wine garden, something for the locals. So when I talked to Aaron and talked to the previous manager, we talked about we wanted to create something, and they said, okay, you need to put your plan together and what we're trying to do. So when we put in the application, we put in for 150 people. I'm coming from a food and beverage background, running events. I used to be the food and beverage director of Bellagio and Vintage Inn, so very aware of the town's procedures in running events and decibel levels and so on and so forth. I wanted to create something for the locals. So by putting in these applications, I'm putting in, am I going to have 4 events a month at 150 people? No. I'm thinking that's going to be the one it's going to be maybe 4 or 5 a year, perhaps. But I still would like to have the application to note that we can have people up to that amount of people. Parking plan, absolutely. We want to work with, we've already working with local bus companies, and I'm very cognizant of the fact of the parking in the town, because obviously been here for so many years. I know what the trigger points are here for the locals. The idea of the back garden is for the locals. I think that, we've been open now for 4.5 months. We have a lot of locals come in and really appreciate what we're trying to do. I really want to get the back garden activated to do something, because there isn't a lot of things for locals to go as a local meeting point without having to spend a fortune in town these days. So, the nice thing about popping into Ponchas, you can get in and out the door for less than $10. You can meet up with a friend. You could, listen to some local musicians play acoustically. That's what I want to try and do on the Saturday and the Sundays. And then, obviously, we have a lot of people coming to us and saying, hey, can you do a birthday party for us? Can you do a going away party? We've had so many requests, which is great, but to formalize that and make it something, again, that's kind of more community-based than anything else. I'm not looking to try to sell tickets and have rock bands play. I'm talking about, a couple of guitar players, maybe a sax player, maybe something tasteful. I'm not talking about mad production as far as speakers and amplification. The way it would work, just because I've had some sound engineers to look at it, is setting it on the east side, the music being sort of portrayed back towards the building, and obviously keeping an eye on the decibel level and what it is. We've reached out to local neighbors and said, look, we're doing this, or we'd like to do this, we'd like your support. We had some people come in last week and say, we can't hear anything from your backyard on a Saturday evening, and even though I know we've had people filter out outside of the bar, just because of the nature of the beast. But I've been very cognizant of the fact of making sure people are back inside the bar. We built the building to have very good insulation as far as soundproofing. So really that's kind of the overview of what we're trying to do.
Council questions. Councilmember Tripp.
And so my question is very simple. do you contemplate for parties and otherwise food or not?
Yes. So food right now, we have a partnership with Chichio.
Okay.
And so right now we have their menus on the bar. So you can come in at 5 o'clock and you can QR code it and you can have a pizza delivered to you at the bar or in the back patio. Okay. Or I just installed a beautiful table outside the front today that's actually a communal table. That's a standing table outside the front of Ponch's. That was part of our submission. So yes, food is important. We've had Tacos Garcia in the past. We've also started to work with a couple of other food vendors, giving more variety. My goal is down the road to have, on a regular basis, some sort of a different food offering that's here in town. And it's not, again, not for private parties. It's for the locals.
Okay. So, but if I was to say have a birthday party, would catering be
Yes.
a thing? Okay.
Yeah.
And then this is just a technical question because I have no problem with food. Does that have to be in the use permit? Or because I know we make a great distinction between serving, like tasting rooms are very limited in what kind of food they can serve, which I
Sure.
have to say I don't completely understand how that works. But so that's just my question, that you have the flexibility under your use permit to do, to make it a functional, happy space.
So we've had Tacos Garcia for many years as operating as a food truck there. So within that, we have a use permit to allow a catering that's fully licensed and by the Food and Beverage Department, in Napa, Health Services and whatever. So yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Okay.
And everything's a code, obviously. But we're not preparing food or anything like that.
Okay, so that's the distinction. You're not preparing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember McKee.
Well, on the
How's your
subject
time?
of food truck, where would it go?
So on the food truck, in the past, if you look at the map, it's been on the south wall of Stewart Cellars. That's where it seems to have worked. And then when we've had to bring in bathrooms, which we've had to do a couple of times between the town events and a special event, we've put them in that kind of south corner of the Stewart Cellars as well. That seems to have worked out pretty well. We have also placed the bathrooms on the west side of the building as you turn into the car park. Again, it kind of, I will, if you prefer somewhere else we put it, I'm open to that. But the bathrooms don't take up maybe one of the stalls. And right now the parking, even as is delineated by those parking spots right now, people park horizontally inside in Ponch's, which maximizes even more parking. We did acquire 6 parking spaces additionally alongside the park for additional parking for employees and so on and so forth. But yeah, as far as the bathrooms and the taco truck in the past, it's always been on that sort of south wall of Stewart Cellars.
Okay, so I know there is inline parking there, and that is part of the 8 that.
Yep.
Okay, so that will deduce that a little bit. So I didn't think it would be like ticketed sales for any concerts, but how will you cap it at 150 and have that confidence that?
So 150 comes about if there was a special event, i.e. a local coming to us and saying, hey, I have a birthday party or a wedding celebration or a pre-dinner or reception. And so my limits would be, our total is 150 people. And I'm pretty, we know how to cap it. And in certain events, I would propose bringing in security if need be. But, and we will have door security as well there as well, by all means, but additional security if need be. But it would not, I know what we can do, and I would police that myself. I don't want anything bigger than 150. And again, I would say to you, it's going to be more of the anomaly of having 150 people. I think that our targeting for groups is probably 80 to 120 people, but I would like to have the flexibility because there will be that anomaly that we have something. And primarily, again, a lot of the requests that we're getting right now is from locals. So
some of the events might dictate that you're closed to the public?
Correct.
And some might not?
Yeah.
And how about inside the bar for seating? That'll just be event dependent?
Yeah, inside the bar we're at 51, but when we also received, with the addition of the Washington Street activation, we have an additional almost, we have room for almost 30 people there. Additionally.
In the front?
In the front. So we haven't, I've got a furniture plan going out there. We've already provided one, but we're looking at better furniture rather than just putting benches out there. And in fact, the addition today you'll see is a beautiful live edge table that we just put out there. That's a place you can have a slice of pizza and a beer and be, out the door again.
The people that I talked to, I think they'd appreciate that, because that was their concern. That was if you were once a weekend, basically doing a private party, then it would take their free time when they weren't at work they'd be missing out on a weekend event. So, okay.
Just today I got asked for a charitable donation to do a small dinner for 20 people with Chicho in the back, a charitable donation. And they said, we're probably going to be 20, 25 people. And I said, look, understand this, but the locals will have the bar and they'll have this. They're like, absolutely, of course. So the idea is to have, the ability to do both,
The business going, definitely. Yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Knight. Thank you
for being here and for all the work you've done on Ponchas. It's great. So I guess in terms of just kind of to visualize in a special event with 150 people, we're talking 50 seating inside. 150 becomes the total, so you're going to have people moving and seating, wanting to sit down. So there's 50 seats inside the bar. There's 40 seats that'll be in this patio area. So so we're talking about another maybe 50 plus or minus that'll be in the lawn area. So when we're not. I guess at some point we have this envision there'll be 150 people in a 25 by 25 lawn area or something like that. So, but we're really talking about an event where people are going to want to sit inside and sit down, and we have with the type of folks we have with the wide age, there'll be people inside, there'll be people sitting down, there'll be people standing, but that space will be available obviously for all that, the 150.
Sure. So, with an event like of 150 people, I would not anticipate having seating for 150 people. In fact, I probably wouldn't do an event for 150 people. If somebody said to me, I want to sit down for 150 people, I'd say we can't do that. So being realistic, because we're utilizing the front, we're utilizing inside the bar, and in the back patio. And in events like that, typically you're going to have people standing. And for the size back there, you can easily accommodate the additional 60, 70 people with standing. Considering if you have 50 inside, 30 on the front patio, if you removed all the furniture in the back, you're just doing high tops and just doing what we've done typically, or what we'd want to do is like a buffet style thing where Chicho just drops pizzas and so on and so forth. That's kind of the idea. But again, I'm going to say to you that 150 people would not be a sit down. It would be, this is the amount of seating you have and this is the amount of standing. And again, that would be it wouldn't be the norm, it would be the abnorm.
Yeah, and then you just reminded me that we're talking about in an event space like that, you've got 20 plus that'll be outside in the front. So that's even a less impact on the back. You're spreading over an area, the front, outside, inside. So there's space to manage, I guess, and in terms of what we see in the report here is that you're looking at, it would be Saturday or Sunday, so we're talking about four a month.
So I'm talking about Saturday and Sunday, like 4 a month. Saturday, Sunday would be the sort of programming, just to be able to, again, activate our music idea, which is basically, bringing sort of local musicians in, having them set up on the lawn and just playing. So
it's 48 a year and 4 per month. So
4 per month. So Saturday or Sunday. Yes.
Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah.
One weekend day may potentially a month for 12 months. So
I would like to request if there was something on a Saturday and then we had something. My idea would be to do something on the Sunday on the afternoons for locals. All right. So I've been trying to do a combination and the flexibility to be able to use a Saturday as well. Ideally, I should have clarified that. That's probably my fault on that one. I would like to utilize the Saturday and Sunday for that. Not every Saturday and Sunday, but I'd like the flexibility to be able to use it on a Saturday or Sunday, yes.
How does that work in terms of Aaron, in terms of the numbers? So there's
Yes,
50 inside and 40 on the patio. Is that, when we're talking about the use permit, is it when it exceeds the 91 that we're talking about, that they need the special use permit, or is the 50 on the inside or 25 on the front, and then that sit-down patio, is that use always permitted or have to be permitted in terms of on the back? I mean, how are we regulate in terms of that use?
So there are the two components of the application. The first use permit amendment is to have permission to have 40 seats in the back patio, in addition to existing capacity. Their use permit allows for 51 seats, and then they have a separate Washington Street activation, which is a little bit different because it's renewed annually, and so it's not exactly the same as a use permit, but there are seats there as well that they're allowed to use. So was your question whether or
well,
not...
the issue of reporting this on number 6, where it's 10 days before, this is really for special permits when we're going up to 150 people. But on a regular use permit that we're allowing, they could use the 50 inside and the 40 on the back patio without actually then being at a point where they have to report to the town. So we're talking about, we're approving generally without any limit up to about 90 people for use for an events.
90 people, yes. And then if they wanted to exceed that, 91 to be exact. So at the moment they wanted to do 92, they would need to submit a special event permit, and they would be using one of the 4 for each month for that day.
Right. I'm just trying to, in terms of what I know you're talking about is on a Saturday or Sunday in a month. We're talking about maybe one day where they're notifying the town and you're at 150 or whatever, 120. But that other day, that Sunday afternoon, where it goes up to potentially 50 in the bar and 40 on the back patio is just an event they can have that we're allowing as a part of this use permit without any special reporting to the town. It's just.
Yes. So and
that creates the flexibility he's looking for. I think is that what you're saying in terms of. Okay, so we're not really changing any of the language or the conditions you've written here. We're just understanding his potential use of something occurring potentially on a Saturday and Sunday the same weekend.
So the condition number 4 and the recommended conditions of approval allow for a total of 48 special events featuring amplified sound, 4 per month, and shall be limited to Saturday and Sunday. So theoretically, they could do an event on Saturday and Sunday. It just wouldn't allow them to have, one per week. But if they wanted to, front load them at the beginning of the month, they have an event on Saturday, they have an event on Sunday. The next weekend, event on Saturday, event on Sunday, that could be possible. I don't know that that's in line with what Scott is thinking operationally, but yes, they could. It's Saturday and Sunday, not or.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I want to talk about amplified versus acoustic music, because that's where I get the most phone calls, the most emails, the most discussion, and especially when it's happening in the evening and staff isn't here and everybody thinks they know what a decibel sounds like. And we went through this years ago on the council and got the instrumentation to measure that, and we even gave the sheriff office the instrumentation to measure that and trained them, and nobody can find that equipment anyplace now, and everybody got different numbers, and I still got lots of phone calls and lots of complaints. So let's, and you said, you want maximum flexibility. So, and it's really the amplified music. Acoustic is really not a problem. Years ago, Ponchos, I'm sure you've noticed, built a very high wall in the back, and that really took care of a lot of the sound going over that east wall. So, but still, there's it's really the amplified music. So that's really how many special events with amplified music, which 80 decibels, it goes way above that. I know it does. So, are you realistically asking for?
I mean, Do I anticipate to have for a month at above that decibel level? No. I mean, like above,
So you're thinking for a month of amplified?
Well, I'm saying, I'm asking for the flexibility, but am I thinking that I'm going to have for a month? No. In long term, no. Not initially, anyway.
Okay. All right. So, and there's no, so in the town, because we went through this, and that was in, I think it was a previous ordinance, and we actually had a whole table about if you were talking loudly, how many decibels is that, and, how loud is this, and over the fence, and a whole chart about all that, which is all, that's all been removed, right? No, it's still there?
That is still the.
Do you have that you can put up?
I can look up what the comparison for 80 decibel levels is.
Right. So, but and also we recently just had, and I'm still, and I know some of the other council members are too, dealing with a lot of, there was an amplified permit given out in one of the neighborhoods, and there are people calling for no amplified music at all, because the sheriffs came and they said, oh, it's not that loud. And many people I knew, they couldn't even watch TV inside of their house. It was so loud. So, and, they had the recording. I heard it. So, that's really, I think, what, I want to have a serious conversation about how much the amplified music really is. And it's going to come down to people calling the sheriff. And that's what, we're really realistically dealing with here. How that's all going to work. So if we could get some more information on that.
I think she's
So I'm going to defer to Town Attorney Bell, because I
Okay.
need two-factor authentication, and my phone's over there, so I
No
can't
problem.
get the screen up.
Did you want some information from that table on how much 80 decibels is?
Yeah, I think it's going to be useful for the public, and if you really have amplified music, how loud is loud?
This is from an alternate source. This is from Purdue.
Oh, yeah, so I'll say what's in the municipal code.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so for those following along at home, it's in section 8.04.026. There are two tables. And the second table says 80 decibels is the equivalent of garbage disposal and city traffic noise.
Garbage disposal. I know what my garbage disposal sounds like on Monday morning at 5:30. So anyway.
Can I just ask
on
this topic?
I know, but one second. Let me kind of finish up with this thought, and then we'll go around as people who are still asking questions. So the garbage trucks come. Everybody can probably imagine what that sounds like out in front of your house, and that would be continuous. So that's really kind of my point. It's pretty loud. I think we can all kind of deal with that. So
whatever the town recommends as far as managing the decibel level, we'll work with that, obviously.
okay, so 80 is pretty high if it's a garbage truck. Yeah.
So again,
Continuous.
my goal here is to work with local musicians.
Okay.
Acoustic guitar hooked up to a speaker is not going to be a garbage truck. Now, if somebody wants something a bit more lively on a particular night, and I will coordinate or communicate with the town and make sure that we have the right parameters we're working with and so on, then I'd like to have the flexibility if somebody wants to listen to something a bit louder or whatever. That's within the town limits.
Okay.
But it's not like my goal is to have rock band hanging out in the back of Ponches on a Saturday and Sunday. So
Twice a week, every
Yeah.
week. So, okay, well, that's some of the stuff we'll have to
no,
kind of-
absolutely. I mean,
we'll have to
again,
figure
whatever
out
the
here.
town is recommending, we want to work with you on that.
We've
That's
got a lot
important.
of public comment,
Yeah.
a lot more questions from the council here. So, Councilmember Tripp.
Well, I just had a quick question. You mentioned you worked with a sound engineer. So did that person, he or she, give you some sense of what the decibel level was with the speakers, or have you gotten that far in terms of
I haven't
your
gotten that
system?
far. He just talked to me with regards to projection and the best way to sort of mitigate the music. And he also gave me an idea. We've put in, extensive landscaping around the barrier there to kind of more soundproof the area. But with addition, we can actually look at, doing some more sound effects as well. We put in a fountain there as well. So again, we're very cognizant to the fact that the town, even with the building itself, we made sure it was insulated, soundproofed, the whole 9 yards. So I'm aware of the trigger points again, just knowing that.
And I think it goes till 8:30. Is that correct?
8:30.
8:30.
Yeah,
So
which I think is 10 o'clock in the town, correct?
right. I go to bed early, but 8:30's that's pretty reasonable, I would say. So that's for 8:30 is for amplified music.
Right.
Right. And just to clarify, if it's not the special use category, it's just acoustic, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And so even for the amplified, you'd be open to like a test run, for say maybe, a few months. We'll give it a shot and see how loud it is and how much we can control it. So that
Sure.
would be
Absolutely.
reasonable. We could all feel comfortable that what we're all thinking and hoping for actually
Sure.
happens. Okay. Councilmember McKee.
Thank you. Because with amplified music, people have to speak louder, and so the whole volume as the back area fills up gets more joyous and brings up the decibel too. And do you envision any dancing after people have their Guinness?
Good Lord, don't want to go there.
Well, I mean, you have a band. I'm sorry, I'm trying to
There's no
take it too
dancing
far,
allowed,
but
sorry.
I'm a
record.
rock and roll musician, right? So, I mean, are you going to try to defer that with furniture? Yeah.
What's wrong with dancing?
Nothing. It's the volume. It's not just the band's volume. It's the fun volume, which we want to have, right?
Sure.
But just got to figure it out.
Let's try it out.
Okay. Yeah.
I think
And you spoke to the neighbors in behind that live right there?
I haven't spoken to them directly behind us, but I've talked to surrounding neighbors and said, hey, have you heard any issues with noise, anything? And nothing. So I have not met the person behind me, no.
Porky, and I think there's a few people there that I'm just thinking about them sitting out on their patio on a nice night, and hopefully they love the band, but that worries me a little.
So does the town have some of this sound measuring equipment still? I mean, it was many years ago, probably like a decade ago, that we had all that. Do we still have that, and does the sheriff still have it, and everyone know how to work it?
So the sheriff would be the one that would be responding to these calls, and they would be measuring the sound from the receiving land use. So one thing to remember is that they will need to have access to the backyard of these folks to measure the sound. It's not measured from Poncho's property line. It's from the other side of the fence. But yes, my understanding is that they do have it. They know how to use it. And, if they go out and even without the decibel reader, they do have the discretion to say just, audibly, this is too loud and we're getting complaints. Please lower the volume.
Yeah.
So,
And that was the issue that I kind of brought up before. They had an opinion, the neighbors had an opinion, and the people having the party had an opinion. So, and I got to hear all of them. So anyway, all right. Any last questions?
no, just
We'll
that,
have a time to
Yeah.
kind of come back again. but
it's just that
quiet.
the interesting thing is, and to I think your credit is that the fact that the event ends at 8:30, which is kind of surprising me because in the summertime, late into late summer, we're talking about stopping music at 8:30 when it's still light out. It's not even dark. And so from my concern is it's not necessarily, I don't know if I'd be as bothered about it at 8:30, but when I'm listening to the music at 10:30 or 10 o'clock at night, then it becomes a little more offensive. So to your credit, I appreciate the fact that you're looking at an earlier stop of this the time when the music stops. So I think that'll be a benefit. So.
Okay. So thank you. I'm going to now take public comment during our public hearing. So this is a time when anybody from the audience can come up and address the council with any comments.
Good afternoon, council and staff. Alan Tencher. It's interesting and appreciate all the critical and questions that you're asking. I think it's very important that we understand all of the issues that can arise. I want to state from the outset that we are very supportive of Ponchos. We live only a block away. We don't get there as often as we'd like, but we haven't had really any impact either to parking in front of our house or noise, so we appreciate that. But I think we need as we consider this, to think about several things. Most importantly, the current owners. They're well respected and well appreciated in town. The scale of this ask, I was surprised actually to hear some of the other events that are permitted are as large as they are, and we do feel some impact of those, but this ask is quite a bit. The precedent that you're setting by approving this as it's currently asked, the seasonality, the realistic nature of 4 amplified events in the rainy season. I think we need to think seriously about the relevance of that. And very importantly, walking back. It's much harder to walk something back than to let things progress from a smaller and let them grow. So specifically, since I have a few more minutes, in the absence of specific language stating otherwise, entitlements run with the property, not the owners. We all appreciate and respect Wren and Scott, but circumstances change, ownership changes, and in the end, we're all mortal, as much as we hate that. We are. And so I ask you to consider how much our admiration for the current owners is shaping the approval of this as it is being asked. Scale, 4 events per month, 48 per year with up to 150 guests each time. That's 7,200 event goers annually, more than double the population of Yountville. Precedent, Jessup, I've sat through and they've been asked for things, we've granted them, but they've been relatively modest and very incremental. So I ask you to consider whether granting this all at once, as it is currently asked, what that message sends to Jessup and what that message sends to the other businesses. We talked about seasonality. We talked about walking back. Specifically, I understand that each special event requires an application, and that provides a mechanism, albeit imperfect, for oversight. But if we approve 48 events now, then they, whoever they may be in the future, are entitled to 48 events going forward. Walking back a yes is far harder than setting a reasonable limit at the outset. My ask, grant a smaller number now, perhaps 24 per year with no more than 3 in any month. If the applicant finds they truly need more, then they can return with data and experience to support that request. And if you can't see your way to granting a smaller number, after checking with legal counsel, I ask that you consider granting this use to the named current owners and not to the land. Thank you.
Just a quick question to our town attorneys that I know it's seems pretty codified in law that it runs with the land. Could you comment on that? That thought that you would change that?
Yeah, so use permits grant vested rights. So once they are granted and the person undertakes the use that's been authorized, they then become subject to all of the conditions. So it's undertaking the use that then triggers the conditions, and then that use permit runs with the land. So it is transferable to subsequent owners, and that is something in state law that we cannot change.
Even the council with a vote. Thank you. Thank you
Yes.
for the thought, but there you have the legal opinion. Yes, Councilmember Tripp.
But use permits, a use permit can be revisited, is that correct? Even though it is a vested right or not?
Well, you can put conditions in there, and the conditions can allow for things like annual monitoring, which is what staff referred to, certain other oversights or other triggering things. But once it is granted and undertaken, those conditions become what the use is bound by. So it is possible to modify or amend a use permit and revoke a use permit in the future, but there needs to be a basis for it, and then the town would need to provide a due process hearing before you could revoke it. So if you ever wanted to amend a condition, we need to have a reason, typically based on some sort of violation or health and safety issue that is documented. And then we would have to hold a hearing where we would take evidence and make findings before that could be changed. So it can be revisited. There's just a process for it.
But the revisiting would have to probably say you weren't complying with something in the existing use permit, as opposed to just saying, we rethought this and we just don't like this number of events. I mean, it has to be a infraction in some sense of what.
Certainly a code violation would be a reason to revisit or amend a condition or potentially revoke a use permit. But if the use was detrimental to health and safety and that was documented, you would still have recourse to hold a hearing and do it. We would just need to document that, and there would need to be substantial evidence to support it.
Okay, and then since you looked up that code section, is the limit 80 decibels under the code, or is that something we should consider putting in the use permit, assuming we go forward with amplified sound?
You mean putting a decibel limit into the use permit condition?
Yeah, or is that part of? I have not read that ordinance about decibels.
Yeah, the noise.
Is that already in place? Or
yeah, your noise ordinance does two things, and most noise ordinances do both. It prohibits loud and unusual noises, and then it also prohibits specific types of noises and also noises at certain decibels from property lines. Okay. The struggle with the decibel from property lines provisions, which are very common, including in your ordinance, is that one, you have to determine where the property line is.
Okay.
That's not always obvious. And then you also have to have someone who's trained with a proper meter that's been calibrated to then take a measurement. And that also is a process, as the mayor alluded to in previous efforts. So most towns will start with a warning, and that's typically enough to resolve the issue. And then there's also the loud and unusual noise provision, which is more general and not based on decibels. So there's a few different ways to enforce that requirement. If you wanted to put a decibel limit in the conditions, you certainly could. Just there's the enforcement issue that I just mentioned.
But it might be duplicative, because I think you're saying there's already a decibel limit in addition to the loud and unusual limit, right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Not specifically for amplified sound. So any amplified sound is prohibited within the town without a permit, whether that's an amplified sound permit or a special event permit, including amplified sound. There's not an associated decibel limit once something is permitted to be amplified. So at that point, staff has in the past recommended 80. Otherwise, it would be at the discretion of the sheriff should there be a complaint.
Okay.
In the code, there's not.
Yeah, and so the process for that would be through conditions in a special event permit, which staff would handle, and then also the current conditions in this use permit include a process where staff can condition for those special events.
And we could put in 80 decibels if we wanted to.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And the measurement on how you would determine that, right, okay. So any other members of the public want to come up during the public comment of this public hearing?
How are you?
Good.
I'm Micah Martin. I'm the general manager of R&D Kitchen, the business located across the street. And I'm just here to express some concerns that we have as a business about the impact of parking that there's going to be on our business across the street if we were to allow an additional 100 guests to be permitted on Saturdays or Sundays at Ponch's. With the way that the current permit's already written, we are already seeing a negative impact on our business with the 51 current occupancy limits that are stated, particularly on Saturdays and Sundays. We're finding that the overflow of the current 6 parking spaces tends to be the lowest hanging fruit, which is our parking lot right across the street. So we just want to put forth our concerns that allowing an additional 100 guests to be there on a Saturday or Sunday is certainly going to have a negative impact on our side of things. And if this is permitted to go through, is there going to be any way that we're notified when these events are going to be happen so we can staff additional members or maybe hire an outside firm to control our parking lot during the events? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to come and address the council on this item? Seeing nobody, I'm going to close the public comment and the public hearing, and I'm going to bring it back to council for final questions of the staff or the applicant and make a decision. So, and when we do have this discussion, maybe we can talk about the music and the parking, and then we'll talk about the sign. We haven't talked about the sign yet, so we can do it kind of in that order. So any more questions of our staff or of the applicant? Yes.
Just one. So there was a reference to the question of the number of permits, and then the reality of seasonality. Does typically when we approve a special event permit, is tenting, or is that just allowed as a part of a process, or is that an additional requirement that be approved if you bring in a tent that would cover that whole area or something?
That would be an additional requirement. Temporary structures over the size that you're talking about, temporary structures over that size are required to receive a temporary structure permit that's reviewed by fire for safety, and then in some cases building as well.
So that would, beyond this special use permit, that request for that event where the town was notified of that tenting would then trigger some additional review?
Correct. Yes. In regard to just the structure.
So it's allowed, but there's obviously a requirement for it would require us to have it. You said either the fire or whatever to review that. So
correct.
Okay. Then for the gentleman from the restaurant across the street, do we have a way we report in terms of our use permits for Jessup or Stewart, where we alert neighbors to events that are large events?
We do not. There's not a notification process associated with those events.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other, Councilmember McKee?
Do we have a way to compare applications for special events? Say if it's a date that Stewart wants to have their special event and simultaneously Ponchos. So we have a little bit of time to maybe turn somebody down if needed?
Yes. So I'm imagining in that case we probably would go by who applied first who
right.
submitted first. But definitely staff, if we saw that there was going to be a conflict, two big events happening at the same time, we would step in and advise accordingly.
Be necessary. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Tripp?
I'm just, and this is probably my lawyer brain, but I do think that, and tell me if I'm wrong, there is a notification requirement for the special event, but it's not the same. There's not really an ability to deny it. It's not an application in the same way that you would have an application for a special event, and I guess that's kind of the point. So do you see what I'm saying? It's not as if you could say, don't have that special event, we're not going to approve it. It's more a matter of working it through in a more agreeable manner or something. Or do I have that right?
So my understanding was that if you are applying for a special event through the regular process of one-off permit, you have to notify the neighbors within 48 hours in advance of the event. I am not aware that that same condition applies to like Jessup or Stewart when they have these events permitted and they don't have to go through the special event, a separate process.
Because a separate process implies you could refuse it for some reason.
Correct. Because there was an application that staff could deny.
And I guess my basic point is here, there's not really contemplated a denial of the special event. Is that correct?
I think that's right. They submit the information and then staff can condition it.
Right.
Under the current conditions as they're worded.
Right. So it would be a discussion, but it's not the same process as the ability to, or the, right. So I just wanted to clarify the difference between.
Yeah, I should just say, assuming that all of the other conditions are met, right? So if there were, for example, an application received under that condition and there was some other condition that had not been met, then staff would not approve it. But assuming it complies with everything else, I agree with you.
Right. So I was just thinking about what Robin was saying.
So let's hear from the council in terms of the signage. So right now, because we've dealt with this over the years, people wanted illuminated signs, and we haven't allowed those. They've been, you can have something that's, you know, signs are up there, but, you know, we're not, it's just against our code because a lot of people, there's a lot of different, you know, there's fluorescence and there's strong illumination and there's, you know, searchlights and all sorts of stuff that people have tried over the years that we've just found it didn't really suit what we really wanted in Yountville. So, because the sign is up, the Guinness sign is up, so what they're asking for is it has a capability to be internally illuminated. So, any thoughts or questions on that part before we get back to talking about maybe some conditions about the music?
I guess I am concerned about just setting precedent for approving an internally illuminated sign. I mean, it's a small sign, but it just I'm concerned just generally about it. I mean, and one thing I was curious. I thought more recently that sign was down around the porch eave or the porch overhang, and then it seems now it's up at the ridge. And I just didn't. I always thought it was at other events it was lower on the wall than now that it's set higher. But maybe it wasn't. I mean, has it always been up there at the ridge?
When we went into construction, there was an original light off the eave of that off the side of the building. The sign was removed many years ago, and that's why the electrical was already in there. I was trying to get a picture to illuminate, to show you guys, from the old 2 spot that used to be there. So that's why partially we put that up there, just you know, a sign at the end.
It was on that face of the building.
It was on that
on
face
the south face of
Yep.
the building.
Yep, right in that corner.
Yeah, Mayor, I I mean, I think at some point we have to have a conversation. I'm concerned. It's a beautiful sign, and it's, but in terms of just approving an internally illuminated sign, I think is, I would prefer to have some type of general discussion about how we manage that, because I think it could set precedent in the town. So
Yeah, I tend to agree. We've got our whole, we're lighting all the buildings now. We're not just doing it necessarily at Christmas time in lots of different colors. So, yeah, I think it's probably worthy of a longer discussion. Any other thoughts from council on illuminated signs?
Illuminated signs in general, I know we have kind of
Internally illuminated, yes, right, versus uplit or downlit, right.
Yeah, I think the internal illumination is, if we're considering anything, I think it would be the way to go. And I think the positioning of where it is on the building, that it's not it's not the same as the actual Pontius sign that you see looking up and down the street. This is more, the only people that are really going to see this are almost the ones that are the patrons that are pulling in. So I think the position of it is done tastefully, but I do understand the precedence. If we do this for one, then we potentially have other business owners saying, well, we'd like to illuminate our sign too, and there's a reason that we have rules in place.
Okay. Any comments, Councilmember Tripp?
I too am a little concerned about the precedent and perhaps a larger discussion where we could put some, if we think it's a good idea, put some.
I'm not sure your microphone's on.
Yes, I'm concerned about the precedent also, and I think, I don't want to say never, but some more systematic review of what would be suitable or acceptable might be a good idea.
Okay.
So,
could this go in the backyard? Would it be any different? Would we look at it differently?
Yeah, maybe a discussion for another day. It looks like we're leaning towards. So
Okay.
for that, so you know, back to the music. I'm certainly willing, and it seems like the applicant is too. Like, let's kind of see what we can craft on a temporary basis. Like, you know, give all this a try. What that really means, and you know, maybe something that would go through the end of 2026. How many events that might be? Do we want decibels, acoustic, amplified, and give it a trial run, and then if we really don't have any problems, then we've done our little test and we can move forward. So does that sound like a reasonable approach, or
I'm just not sure we can have a trial run. I guess that's what I was asking Gary. I like the idea, but I'm not sure that's how it works.
Well, as long as the condition is clear on that. So there's a couple different ways to frame this. You could say so many events through the end of 2026 and that's it. And then the requirement would be for the applicant to come in for an amendment under the use permit following the process and the zoning code. And then you would hold another hearing like you are now to amend that condition, to extend it or modify it in some way. So that's one option. The other option would be a condition that puts it through 2026 unless something occurs, and that something could be a staff review or some other process that you put in place for approval from staff is another way to do it.
And that could just be a report from staff and the public, and how many times the sheriff was called, and
right. You could go into
help define that.
Yeah, you could go into as much detail as you like in the condition, and it could be, if staff approves beyond that, right? Or it could be a report to you all. It could be conditioned on other things like you mentioned as well.
Okay, so we could even say, like, if we didn't have any adverse effects, and we don't have to define that right now, then it would become automatic in 2027. We could do that, or would the recommendation be to make them come back for an amendment?
We would just need to be clear about what we mean by the adverse effects.
Okay,
So I think if we're going to put triggers in for it happening or not, we would just want to be clear on that. Otherwise, I would say let's just make it a finite amount of time and then have them come back, and then you all can make the decision.
Okay. Thoughts?
Could you do that?
Let's go with council member now. Okay, then we'll go this way.
So, I mean, that's one option in terms of setting a time, in which would be a time or a number through December, or it seems like another way would be, when I'm looking at the number of events just in that North Yountville area, there's 28 for Jessup, 18 for Stewart. It just, at some point, I'm not sure, I guess, so we're either talking about setting a particular number that then triggers a review in December or January, or the other possibility is just to set a number annually that is somewhere in this range where it's consistent what's occurring on that street. And, somewhere between 18 and 28, that 24, 26 or something that is consistent with the neighbors. And then I feel kind of comfortable at some point we have a review process through staff if there are conflicts, or then there is a trigger for additional review. But I feel like maybe it's better, I don't know, to just set a number now that's consistent with the neighborhood and let the process then continue as we've seen in terms of the review from events that have occurred next door to them. Or
what about the decibel level? Is that something of interest?
I'm interested. I don't know what that really means in terms of, so is that a decibel level that will just affect them because of their particular location? Or are we talking about events that where I get to listen to my favorite rock and roll music at 10 o'clock at night and I know it's occurring way down south of town or something? Is it unique to the property, or is it a policy of setting decibel requirements for all over town in every commercial location?
It's really about, what the council, what I'm kind of just thinking about is, like, all of a sudden it happens 24 times a year, maybe, if we're talking about that. And, it's much louder than anybody anticipated. So, and we really didn't set any parameters that, well, now that's too loud. So
my daughter is getting a speech pathology master's. And so when you talk about hearing and worrying about decibels, and she was at an event the other day, and it was shocking how unhealthy that, with our, people on our mobile phones now can literally test decibel levels on your phone, and someplace, and it's not healthy. So I'm comfortable with setting some type of decibel limit I think we're headed in that direction for a healthy community, probably.
So are you saying, Councilmember Knight, that that's town-wide? Because there are definitely...
I don't think we're talking about that now. Right now, we're talking about a use
just
permit
for this use
for
permit.
this client, but that's here.
So I
Maybe
think-
at some point, we might want to talk about that.
Yeah, because I
townwide.
will say, my side of town, the music's much louder than that. But I want to figure out and work with you all on parking. Because I do feel like the compression on that side of town, I mean, we want the No-Yo corridor to be extremely hopping and busy, but we don't want the overflow into the community and for businesses to be, that own their own parking to be impacted. So how do we try to work together to regulate some kind of B-bus or, to enforce something to lessen that impact?
Does staff have any recommendations instead of just hope for the best?
I was going to pull up real quick just the number of parking stalls around the park, just so you guys have context if that
I
would
don't
be
really
helpful.
think that's the issue because we know there's not enough parking for 150 people. It's a 2 per car, so you don't have 75. So it will have neighborhood impacts.
And we want you to be full with people, but we know they come with automobiles. So
right.
There we are.
So that's kind of like, it really kind of comes down to the 150.
Yeah, that maybe that number is a
So
little
maybe
aggressive.
it is, closer to 100 or something, I think, if that's a concern. So, but what about make this permanent with a smaller number? Your feelings on that versus doing more of a trail run through the end of the year? Decibels?
My feeling would be that not permanent, not yet, but definitely through the end of the year to give the benefit to the business owners to have a good summer season, 80 decimal limit, and parking arrangements whenever possible. And I was looking at, the numbers that Stuart and Jessup have. Those are considering a full year, and we're now unbelievably in the 6th month already. So through the end of the year, even at 2 events a year, and without the rainy season, we're right around 16. So 2 events a month, rather.
So what about, evaluating parking at the end of that time too, just to really see?
I think we should.
Okay.
Because if it's overflow on Jefferson and the other side streets, that's an impact.
So we're thinking about 24 a year divided by whatever proportion that.
Let's say 9 months. Let's go, to November, but maybe even December if you're doing tending. So
yeah, because this is June already. So
I know
6 months of
Yeah.
and it's going to be the high season. So we'll see what parking
keep going.
is. 24 per year. So we'd have 12 between now and the end of the year in the 6 months, and evaluate parking at that time.
I mean, that seems like a
Councilmember
way to
Tripp, what do you
stick our
think?
toe in it.
Different idea, different plan.
I generally agree with that. I like the review idea. I might give it a little bit more than just through this season, maybe into next spring, before the review, maybe on our fiscal year, which would be July 1, so they'd have almost a year. But I like the review. I would like to put in a decibel limit, because more than the number of events, because if it's not irritating to the neighbors and really a problem, then I'm not as worried about the number of events than I am about the decibel levels. But I'm a person who likes quiet generally, so that might just be me.
All right, so in terms of, decibels, if we're going to perhaps, what does everyone think about 6 months versus a year?
That's fine. I think I'm thinking at some point I'd feel more comfortable with a total annual event number of 24. So
Okay, yeah.
we could
I
set the
think that's kind of on the
24
table.
and with a review in 6 months or into the spring, as Councilmember Tripp is saying, give them some time, because who knows, we could have a rainy winter and there won't be any events until early spring. So I'd rather set a lower number and then maybe extend the review time to a point. And there's always a process for staff to step in if there's problems before our review that we've set in the conditional use permit.
And evaluate parking
as well
at that time.
Yes.
All right, so I think we're leaning to, and I'm fine to go a year of levels. So we need equipment, and we've had that in the past, and we got to make sure that the sheriff's office has it and they're trained, and so reasonable amplified music. How loud is that at a property line?
So what we typically do for the special event permits is 80.
Okay.
That's just the standard. I don't.
Okay.
I think we should work with the standard, and maybe someday we're having a conversation about a different standard, but I don't think we should change it now.
Okay. So I think that's what, I see a lot of head shaking, so I think we're going to, yes. Town attorney.
Go ahead.
It's just when we all thought we were wrapping up here.
Yeah, I just wanted to repeat these back to make sure that we're all on the same page on what the modifications are.
Okay.
What I heard is instead of 150 people, 100.
Where's everybody with that number because of the parking? Or do we want to go with 150 and see if we have a problem?
120. I think 150 is a lot.
I think 150 is a lot too. Where are you?
125 or something.
All right, we're going with 125.
Okay, so.
Okay.
125.
All going to get revisited, people. We're trying to scope this out. A lot of moving parts.
Decibels for amplified sound at 80.
Right.
Is that from the nearest property line or any location on the next property? We will need to determine where we're measuring it from. So we'll need some direction on that. And then these special events would be through June 30th of 2026, which is the end of this fiscal year. And then there would be 24 events total annually. Sorry, what was that?
2027, yeah.
2027, that's right. Next year will be next year.
Yes, it will. We're still going with that, yes.
And then 24 events total annually. Your current condition just says annually, which would be calendar because it doesn't say that. Was the intention for it to be 24 between now and that end date, or
yes, 24 over the next year, yes.
Okay.
And
so we do away with the monthly idea?
Yeah.
Just go with 24 for the next year?
Yeah, I think that's, to me, that's a lot of flexibility. And it's like, if they can get people on Tuesday night till 8:30, I don't care.
Through June 30th, 2026. All right. So the only question then is 80 decibels from where? And I might look to where the normal decibels are measured from as the standard for you all to put in, if you know that.
So that would be from the receiving property line. So in this case,
if I was a neighbor, it would be from my backyard fence.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And that neighbor who's complaining would have to let the decibel holder, meter holder into their backyard.
Yes, that is correct.
Right. That's how that's going to work.
And maybe there's a way, I haven't looked at your back fence through the beautiful landscaping, but maybe there's a way you can do some kind of sound mitigation in between any panels too. So it would lessen the impact on the neighbors back there, hopefully.
Okay, I think we've, and no illuminated sign at this time, so.
Yep, and that's in there.
Internally illuminated sign.
Okay. So just those conditions make sense and clear enough? I might ask the applicant as well, acceptable conditions, any comments on those? Okay.
Okay, good. I like agreement. Great. Thank you very much for your flexibility, and we'll see how this goes so we can party on. So now we just have to make a motion, and let's have a second, and we'll do a roll call vote then. And yeah, I can make all the other findings in the staff report, and I'm assuming the rest of the council can too. So, and these are the conditions. So who would like to make a motion based on the list that Gary just provided for approval?
Maybe Gary should give the list.
Sure.
One more
Happy to
time.
do it.
Okay.
So conditions as written with the following modifications: for special events, a maximum of 125 people. Amplified sound, a maximum of 80 decibels from the receiving property. Special events authorized through June 30, 2027, and no more than 20 events total through June 30, 2027.
I think 24. We're going to go with 24. Okay.
24.
Great. All right. And a maximum of 125 people at each event. Okay. I'll make that motion with those conditions of approval.
I'll second.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember McKee?
Yes.
Councilmember Tripp?
Yes.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Mayor Mueller?
Yes.
And note for the record that Vice Mayor Reeves has recused herself.
Okay, out of the four of us, that's unanimous. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, the applicant, and looking forward to 80 decibels of music coming soon. So
Thank you very much for being here and for your.
I know.
Jason has gone to retrieve Vice Mayor.
Okay, great. And maybe, yeah. Maybe the Director of Public Works can turn down the air conditioning. We have good ventilation up here. We need more vents in the back, I think. Maybe we need them. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's keep moving, everybody. We've got what will hopefully be a pretty quick item. This is item 11A. We're going to adopt a resolution calling for an election. So, Town Manager, are you going to talk us through this?
Our town clerk, Hillary Gades.
Town clerk.
Talk us through this.
Appropriately
It's an
so,
election.
elections
Of course.
official. Happy to bring this item forward. Before you is Resolution 264427, giving notice of the town's general municipal election to be held Tuesday, November 3rd, 2026. The resolution also requests the consolidation of the town's election with Napa County, which we have historically done. An overview includes the offices available. That will be 1 seat for mayor and 2 seats for council member. On the ballot, there will also be a Measure Y, which is the town's appropriation limit, also known as the GAN limit. This will be the 11th time the GAN limit override has been brought to the voters, all times being passed successfully, and this has been happening since 1985. Included in the staff report are the key dates. I think most importantly, coming up rather quickly, will be the nomination period beginning July 13th and running until August 7th. That deadline, however, is extended if an incumbent does not file paperwork. Aside from that, additional resources are available on the town's website, including a candidate handbook, which is to be added at the conclusion of this meeting, as well as important deadlines and other resources, information from the FPPC, and a lot of helpful additional items there. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, I want to talk about the GAN limit. I know we've done this multiple times, and I think the language I am just going to assume that we have should pretty much be copied, because I think it's very clear, and this always passes by about 75%, which is what we want, so that everybody knows if we don't pass the GAN limit, we have to give all these taxes that run our the town back. And so we would like to use them to pay our bill for police and fire and staff and a lot of things that we need that money for. So is that the plan, Town Attorney, to pretty much use the same language, or do we need to change it for any reason?
The language is very similar.
Right.
There's a slight revision to this language for the ballot question.
Okay.
State law allows this authorization to occur in 4-year time periods, and so that's why it goes to the voters just about every 4 years or so. And so now is the time to ask for the voter approval of this. The language is slightly different, so there's a dollar amount tied to roughly TOT, and then a percentage of the prior year's TOT as well, and that's to ensure that largest revenue source of taxes, which of course is paid by folks who stay in the hotels, can be fully spent by the town.
Okay. And traditionally in the past, the council really hasn't we really haven't taken an official stand in terms of supporting or having rebuttals or any of that. Is that, I don't recall we've ever done that in the
I think
past.
that's right. This is the third one, I think, and I might look to the clerk if there has been specific arguments in favor by the council in the past.
Not that I'm aware of. In my historical search, I didn't come across anything.
So I guess what I'm saying is like it's really worked well in the past. The public has a full understanding of why this is so important, and they've been very supportive of it. So I'm not, interested in changing anything that's worked in the past. So those are my thoughts. Yes, Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mayor. So understanding in terms of arguments in favor or rebuttals, there's a time period where all that occurs. So I guess we're saying then in the past there hasn't been arguments in favor or arguments in opposition, but if there was a time period, is there a time period where arguments in favor, they have to be filed, but if someone files an argument against, that there's a time to just rebut that, but not provide a argument in favor? Is that typically how that works in terms of?
I think that's right, yes.
So it would just be, whoever, if there was an argument against, then there's always that time limit allowed for rebuttal of that.
So what I'm hearing is there wouldn't necessarily need to be the same person or proactive argument for somebody to come and make an argument against.
Well, I'm just saying you would let us, there'd be some public notification if we do not file an argument in favor, but there is an argument filed to to oppose, then there would be some time limit to respond to that if there was a need to be.
Yeah, and I'm looking closer at the elections code now. I do think there needs to be an argument in favor because the rebuttal is written by the same folks who write that. And so I do think that would trigger that process. There's a deadline for arguments in support and against. Then those arguments are then given to the authors that have been selected, and there's a priority in the elections code. Council first, bona fide citizens, et cetera. And so if multiple arguments are submitted, the elections official, your clerk, will select based on that order. But the rebuttal process is giving it to the folks who wrote the argument on the other side. So I do think if the council is interested or wants to ensure that there is a response, that you should do an argument in support.
And that deadline will be August 14th.
Mayor?
Yes.
In the past, it seems to me that there was two members of the council who worked together to create the argument and then presented to the rest of the council, and then the council edited and either approved or disapproved that argument. And it seems like that would be the way to accomplish that. There have been other submissions of arguments in favor of this, I'm assuming, and that could be the template.
Correct. Yeah. So councils do this in a couple different ways. Sometimes they'll just designate one or two to go and write the argument and submit. Sometimes it comes back, and this council in the past has brought it back as the drafting that you are describing for past ballot measures. Yes.
So let's do some research because I don't remember, because I thought we were had followed the same procedure for a long time.
Oh, yes. And I want to be clear. I'm talking about all of the different ballot measures. There was the TOT increase.
Right.
There's a cannabis measure. So
right.
I think for at least some of those,
right.
Certain council members wrote and then brought it back and it was approved.
Right. I think, but as far as I can remember back, and I'm willing to bring it back if that was different. We've never done it for the GAN limit. What we did, we really worked on the GAN limit probably every word, 15 years ago or something like that. And that, because the language wasn't clear. Now we really feel that language is very, very clear. And so we've just been using the same language and, getting a very high percentage of the vote. So I'm open to, the council writing language in support, but if we have a time, if somebody wants to come up and they want to oppose the GAN limit, for an example, an outside party, we would still have time to then make arguments in favor, correct?
Depends on the deadline that's set in here.
Right.
And that's a question in part for the clerk. And also, that deadline is set by the county.
Right,
Because
and
the
we have
county
to
needs to go through a
file
process. So I'll turn it over to the clerk
printing.
on timing of all
Correct.
that.
The arguments in favor must be filed by August the 14th,
Okay.
while the rebuttals are due a week later on the 21st.
So we have 2 more meetings before that deadline, so we would know, but somebody could come in at 4:45 on August the 13th and do that, right?
No, they get a week after that.
The week after that, okay, so we got time, okay. But anyway, so that's,
So, Mayor, I wasn't making necessarily the case to make an argument in favor. I feel like we have some flexibility of time to be able to assess this, and maybe also, I think back to the times when I wrote arguments in favor of when we were looking for the funding for a community center. 30 years ago or whatever. So we've done it. I guess I was thinking maybe of TOT or Measure S or something like that. We probably had arguments in favor. But you're right. I don't. I'm interested in seeing if I'm interested in seeing. I don't think we've done it, obviously, as you mentioned, for GAN, but we have some time if we need to.
I guess it's not really a systematic thought. It's a matter of everything's been working. Why change it?
No, I know. That's what I agree.
A philosophy.
So that's fine.
It ain't broke, don't fix it.
Okay, so that's.
Good.
I think that's where we are. So any public comment on the election, calling for the election or the GAN limit? This is the time to come forward. Seeing nobody, we'll bring it back. Final decision. Town clerk, yes.
I just want to note that interested candidates are welcome to contact the clerk's office now to schedule appointments for that nomination period beginning July the 13th.
Okay, thanks. We'll make that. Yes, Councilmember Tripp.
I did want to, I think you said this in your report, but there will be an election website? Or
Absolutely.
that just tells people basic information, how many signatures you need on your papers and just things like that?
That website is located under the Town Clerk and Communications Department.
Oh, you're already up. Wow.
And the elections website is up and running. We ideally will add the candidate handbook here shortly, within the next week. But here you will find important dates, eligibility, qualifications, and additional resources.
Wow. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, super. Any further discussion, or council want to make a motion? We're looking for adopting a resolution.
Make that motion now that I have it up. Adopt resolution. I move to adopt resolution number 26-4427, calling and giving notice of the holding of the general municipal election to be held on Tuesday, November 3rd, for the election of mayor and 2 council seats, and also just to add the submissions to the voters of the question related to the appropriation of the GAN limits.
Okay.
I'll second.
I have a motion, a second. You want a roll call vote on this one?
We can do that. We
Okay.
could always use our system too, but let's go with if it's not broke, don't fix it. So let's do what we've been doing.
Okay.
Councilmember McKee?
Yes.
Councilmember Tripp?
Yes.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reeves?
And
Mayor
I'll make
Mueller.
it unanimous. Okay. Let's move on to our almost last, the administrative report on a, hold on, let me get my, okay, got it, staff presentation. My computer was a little slow here. So we're going to have a staff presentation on our expenditure report for the former Yountville Elementary School property. So I think Ken is going to introduce, and Celia, and turn it over to Celia. I have.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. Ken McNabb, Interim Town Manager. Just a couple words before Celia gives this presentation. This is going to be the first in a number of items we bring for discussion by the council and the community that the council has requested in response to comments you've received asking questions about the Yountville Commons process, the expenditures, what is our housing need, and so on. And I think the objective of these meetings is to answer questions and, hear feedback from the community on the information we're presenting. I think your first speaker tonight made a good point to try to develop a common understanding of what it is we're talking about, what our needs are, what was done, why are we doing it, with the goal of, maybe being able to move forward with some sort of, future for this property and identifying some sort of future for this property or how we move forward with the plans that have been developed. So I anticipate, I'm hopeful we can do one presentation a month for the next few months. We'll see how it goes. We'll see what questions come up from the community, what interests come up from council. But I just wanted to start off by letting the public know this is, council's response to some of the concerns and questions that have been asked of council, and we hope that this information will be helpful for the dialogue. And with that, I'll turn it over to Celia.
And Mayor,
Yes.
I was hoping that we could kind of mention, as our interim town manager has said, earlier in the meeting, Sandy Fagan and Mr. Becker talked about this, and so we really, I think, are putting together a process to have that conversation. And what's certainly, what we need to have is a conversation where we can, and it's difficult to have conversations and to collaborate if you don't share the same facts and information. So hopefully this is an opportunity for all of us to listen, but also to learn about the process so that we can have a common understanding of what happened, what occurred, and then we'll have a good dialogue. So thank you.
Great. Okay. Celia, you're up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Town Council. I am Celia King, the Administrative Services Director, and we will jump right into the presentation, which will be posted to the Yountville Commons page of the town website for future reference. All information in the presentation is also in the staff report. Starting with a quick look at the flow of the presentation, we will begin briefly looking at basic budgeting and expenditure procedures. We will review overall expenditures and funding sources at a high level. Then we will look at the expenditures in more detailed, broken into 3 categories. And lastly, we will talk about the realized assets that are available as a result of some of these expenditures. So town expenditures always start with town council approving a budget. And so this doesn't necessarily mean approving the purchase of each ream of paper or irrigation supply, but a budget is established on a departmental level or a lump sum project level. And this budget then allows for staff to incur expenditures applicable to carrying out those departmental purposes or completing those projects. Contracts also start by inclusion in an established budget, and they also entail another layer, which is authorization limits. So in the Yountville Municipal Code, it outlines some authorization limits, starting with town manager, who is authorized for contracts for services, supplies, and equipment in amounts up to and including $45,000. The town manager may contract for higher amounts with specific authorization from the town council, so that has to happen prior to execution of that contract. For public works projects, town's ordinance and state law provides authority to the town manager to contract in amounts up to and including $75,000 without competitive bidding. The town manager, again, may contract for higher amounts with competitive bidding with specific prior authorization from the town council. So the expenses have been organized into 3 categories: the property acquisition, repair and renovation of existing facilities for community reuse, and the Yountville Commons development plan. Sorry, going back one slide. The grand total as of the time of publishing this report was $14.37 million. And on the side there, you can see the percent of that grand total that each category represents. The largest, of course, being the acquisition. So the sources of funding used for the Yountville Commons project include the town's general fund and funds from Measure S revenues. Revenues in the town's general fund are mostly derived from hotel taxes or transient occupancy tax, sales tax, and property tax. Measure S was approved by voters in 2018 and is a local tax that increased the town's transient occupancy tax by 1%. This tax is paid by visitors, not by residents, as is transient occupancy tax. And Measure S revenues are legally required to be used for affordable and workforce housing programs and services only. And these budgeted amounts shown here, along with the actual amounts, have spanned over 3 fiscal years. So this started with the original budget in fiscal year 23-24, and this encompasses all fiscal years up until the current. So the first category of expenditures is the acquisition of the school property, which was identified as the council's top priority in strategic planning sessions held in 2023 and 2024. On March 5th, 2024, the town council authorized and directed execution of a purchase and sale agreement with the Napa Valley Unified School District to acquire the former elementary school property. The acquisition was viewed as an investment in the future of Yountville, with a commitment to creating a balanced project that addressed housing needs and enhanced resident amenities. And the next slide will hone in on this $11 million purchase price. So here you can see the detail of funding sources that made up the $11 million, slightly over $11 million price to purchase the property. The $3.6 million at the top of the chart was an allocation of fund balance in the general fund, which was originally established in 2020 and grown over time. There was a large amount of unassigned fund balance after the close of fiscal year 22-23 that Town Council reassigned toward the purchase of the property. Fund 05, that unanticipated tourism revenue deficits fund, was a reserve fund that was exceeding the policy minimum, which allowed the town council to reassign the excess toward the purchase of the property and still keep that fund at the minimum policy requirement. And then the Fleet Tools and Equipment Repair and Replacement Fund is a fund that was established by and is supported primarily by the general fund, which also allows the town council to reassign funds previously contributed into other purposes. So that was reviewed as to the current balance that was existing and the more immediate needs of fleet and tool and equipment replacement to make sure that using that smaller amount to come up with the rest needed for the purchase would be appropriate. The second category of expenditures was for repair and renovations to the property and existing buildings. The Napa Valley Unified School District closed the elementary school in 2020, and buildings were simply locked, and the district only performed necessary landscape maintenance for the duration, so there was no care taken for the duration of the closure to the property and buildings. So when the town acquired the property from the district in 2024, it was necessary to perform repair and renovation work on the site and to the existing buildings to support community reuse and ensure that it could be used safely. The final category of expenditures is the Yountville Commons Development Plan, and the visioning process entailed development of a plan to guide future development of the former Yountville Elementary School. It was a comprehensive, community-driven effort conducted between 2024 and 2025, and some of the components of that process included extensive community outreach, development of a vision for the property, development of project plans, preparation of amendments to the town's general plan and zoning ordinance, preparation of environmental review documents, conducting preliminary financial analysis, and the initiation of a design-build process. And as a side note here on this chart, it was discovered that one of the expenditures listed in that housing preference policy subcategory is really more appropriate in the vision plan documents subcategory, so that shift will be made, but it does not affect the total the subtotal for this category as a whole. So it's just a movement. And so finally, the realized assets. Of course, the property itself provides 6.84 acres for community amenities and future housing. The community and resident serving amenities include things like the Schmidt Hall, which is used for camps and rentals, Yountville Fit, the Coop and the Farm Stand, and also the beloved Yountville Canine Commons Dog Park, which is very well used. And then the advancement of workforce and affordable housing needs. So a lot of work has been done to get the town to a place where it can move forward with development when it is the appropriate time. And in conclusion, all expenditures were approved and budgeted for by the Town Council. All expenditures are in alignment with the Town Council's priority interest of creating a balanced project that addresses housing needs, enhances current resident amenities, and supports our local economy. And expenditures have resulted in tangible community assets and have advanced the town's ability to accommodate its current and future housing needs. And we are open for any other questions you may have. And an additional comment.
Yeah, if I could just make a few comments as a relative newcomer for what they're worth. This school district property, is a significant opportunity site for a number of reasons. And I think it was very prudent of the council, the right thing and the smart thing to do to acquire it, so to control its future, whatever that future may be. The work that's been done provides an incredible foundation, a thorough foundation, a foundation that's needed for you to make meaningful, informed decisions going forward. So it was money well spent, not only for the planning purposes, but also for the realization of the community and resident serving amenities that you have, now brought online and are being enjoyed by your residents. So I think these expenditures, while they may seem big, are reasonable, and I would also say, based on my experience in other communities and as a private consultant, are in line with what any developer would have paid to bring a project to this point in time. So those are my thoughts, and as Celia said, we're happy to answer any questions from council at this point.
Any council questions? I really want to go to the no imminent questions. So let's go to the public, because this is what really these sessions that we're really designing and putting together. We've gone, the council's kind of gone through and assembled all the, general questions that we're, hearing about so we're really looking forward to, really having some open discussions with the public. So it's unfortunate they're not here, because it's hard to have those discussions. So maybe we need to advertise a little bit more that this is, what we're doing, because there's, just so much information. I thought your presentation about, yes, this was budgeted. This is something that, we are required to do. And also with the, the expenditures that we, did make. I mean, I remember Councilmember Knight brought it to my attention quite a while ago. We actually we had some unassigned fund balances that we put into this project, probably shortly after, or maybe it was shortly before even the school closed, because we knew it was imminent for quite a while. So even previous councils have been putting this money away. So, because it's disappointing to hear, you spent $14 million, you have nothing to show for it. The land is still there, everybody. It's still there. So, and whether we use one, project plan or parts of that, I think there's, perhaps still value. So it'd be great to kind of hear from the community. So does anybody from the public want to come up and talk to us? Yes, please.
I just want to say
Thanks.
one thing that
We need to get the microphone. Come on. Yeah. Just pull it down so we can hear you.
I'm
Thanks.
coming.
Thanks.
Are you there? Okay.
Thanks.
Karen Thurling. So, one thing is, I think that the public doesn't know that there's a difference between subsidized housing, workforce housing, and affordable housing. That thing kind of needs to be determined. And nobody that ever signed this or that we explained to sign the referendum wanted this to disappear. I, for one, did not. I know it is a requirement. We all know that. But let's just backpedal a little bit. And I think the first and foremost is once again to do a survey for the employees of the town and the veterans home, okay? Because that was never done. And it needs to be the first step in finding out what is the configurations and what these folks, they need, okay? And then you go to the next step, and the costs and what the configurations are and all that. Who is this going to apply to? And that's the way I feel. We never didn't want it to happen. I was here at the last meeting, and some of the folks were talking about, I'm thinking they're talking about subsidized housing. They're not talking about workforce because they don't understand. It's different, okay? And so we have to make this so that it is affordable. It is a realistic for the folks who work here. And they may not work in specifically Yountville. They may be in Napa or something like that. I don't think you can really designate it. We would like to, but there's discrimination. There's all kinds of things affordable, and a lot of people don't really want to live right where they work. So I think these things need to be answered. Those questions need to be answered, but they have to offer the questions to the employees and the workers up at the Veterans Home. So that's my story. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to say something to that.
Sure.
Thank you very much for a few valid points within the time that you spoke. And I do hope that we can have that conversation regarding the difference of workforce housing and affordable and subsidized. And that has been requested that we add that to one of these agenda items because there is a great deal of difference. We won't go into what our intention was with the workforce, but having that common language, and even as Sandy Fagan said, make sure that everybody's on the same page, that will really help. And as far as the workforce survey, and I don't know if I can ask a question and have back and forth, I mean,
sure.
If we do a phased approach, which was always our intention for like 30 or 40 units, do you feel that we need to survey the 3,000-ish people for 30 units? I do. Okay, good. Thank you for both nodding.
Anybody else from the public want to come up and talk?
I wasn't going to do this today, but I was going to, but then it might seem a little negative, so I want to at least get into the record.
You want to state your name?
Jill Turner. My husband Steve and I have owned a home in Yountville since 1998, and I'm new to the Yountville Commons project and only got involved on February 17th. After 4 months of attending the town council meetings, I'd like to make several observations. First, I'm puzzled to hear town council members say that there was never any intention to proceed quickly to approve the Yountville Commons project. That's not true. And hearing this often in town council meetings, I went back to listen to the February 17th meeting, the video, to see if maybe I got it wrong. I did not. Here is what the former town manager said and when, and these are quotes. 1 minute 56 into the video, we present a business plan to the council, which is where they vote on moving forward with funding, and I think we are kind of coming into that right now. This is the listening session. We anticipate March, April, May, which we'll see in the next steps. You need to make a decision, otherwise we go back to the drawing board. 2:19 into the video. We determined March 17th as the next meeting. I think it says April, May in terms of the decision point. 2:20 into the video. Then on March 17th, if we're given direction, we'll bring back a specific business plan, which becomes the decision point, whether that be April, May, or beyond. And then 2:21, we expect clear direction on March 17th, end quotes. I encourage you all to go back and listen yourself. Now, you may say the former town manager misspoke, he didn't represent the town council accurately, or you've changed your mind or whatever. But those comments are why people have continued to say the town council's next step was to proceed imminently with the project. Second, a town council member recently said what the project needed was more educational sessions. I disagree, and I think many others would too. It is not that we do not understand the project, rather we disagree strongly with the approach. While I personally agree with the what, workforce housing, and the who, Yountville workers, I do not agree with the how, where, when, and how much that was proposed. Now, you may say that's old news because all those proposals are moot as of the last town council meeting. That's true, and that's great. But if future recommendations are similar to those of the past, I think the community reaction will be the same. Third, I think community input is being given short shrift. Before the last election, I went to hear those of you who were candidates. Some comments really resonated with me, particularly commitments to listen more to the community. That's why I voted for some of you, and probably most of you. But that's not what I heard recently when a community member made an excellent suggestion to have a citizens committee panel for the selection of the new town manager. This suggestion was roundly dismissed with a comment that the town council is that committee and it is you who are elected. That's true, but I think a reminder of your public service role is appropriate. As stated in the town council member handbook, the town was incorporated to ensure a high level of service and accountability to residents and businesses, page 8, and the council is responsible to its constituents, page 21. In my opinion, we want the town council to make decisions with us, not make decisions for us. Furthermore, going forward, we're very fortunate that Yountville has many smart people with diverse skill sets. Many of us are willing to contribute our time and professional expertise in areas that the town council does not have, to my knowledge, like recruiting, business planning, market research, property management, real estate development, et al. Now, there's no reason why town council members should have that expertise, but many people in the town do. So why not take advantage of that expertise before spending many of our taxpayer dollars on the project? In my opinion, it's short-sighted not to, and this would deliver the community engagement that many residents crave, enable the town council to make wiser decisions and produce better results for the town, which is what we all want. Finally, and I'm going to hurry, I think the disparaging comments from some town council members in the public are damaging and unhelpful. We often hear concerns about a lack of trust within the community, yet trust is not built when people who disagree are characterized as holding secret meetings, belonging to a cult, being mean girls, or being told to leave previous bad behavior behind. I don't think you can say how much we all love the town and want the same good things, then in the next sentence make statements that are inflammatory and divisive. I would encourage everyone, town council and residents alike, to avoid polarizing language, consider differing viewpoints, and most importantly, to listen more and talk less. And with that, I will stop talking myself and hopefully thank you for listening.
Ashley Tencher. I'd like to thank staff very much for this first session of looking at specifics that everybody can have access to, I think this public forum is the place to be talking about these very important matters. I'd also love to thank people that come and speak. So I want to commend the project to date and the work to date, because I think one of the questions in front of us that we can all agree on is, does Yountville want to remain in control of what gets built where? So I just want to leave you with that. And I think the where is at the former school site. I would love to see workforce housing there. I would love to live among the people that come to Yountville for work. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else want to come up and address the council? Yes, please.
Can I make one more comment here, Jill Turner? I think part of the reason that there are so few
Can you
people
talk
here-
into the mic?
Yeah. I think part of the reason that there's so few people that are quote involved is it's almost 6 o'clock. And my suggestion is that maybe some of the Yountville Commons portions be held earlier, just so you can get more interested people, because as you know, a number of people left. So that's my comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think that, a lot of what we're, trying to do is to really address some of the questions that people, have really kind of talked about, just even, where the money came from for this project. I think that I certainly have heard, lots of different questions about that. So that was what the primary thing we wanted to address. And, that the additional money that was spent just to, as Celia said earlier, take the fence down, pull the weeds. There was, a lot of painting, even though the property was dirty. All that stuff cost quite a bit of money. And, putting a lot of that together. So to really, show the public that the vast majority of it did come from, for owning the property itself. So, and property is never going to go down. We're always going to have that asset. So, the value of that property too was determined by the school. They came up with actually a number that was much larger than that, and this is what we negotiated. And the property value is always determined, it might sound a little legalese, but I've heard it from our town attorney many times, the highest and best use. So they can, map it out with the acreage and like how many, high-end houses they could put on it and what that value would be. And that's what, that is a true worth of the property, because if we were to do something like eminent domain, or anybody else would come in and really evaluate, well, how much is this property worth? That's the tools that they would use. So those are the expertise that we relied on for our purchase. So it would be nice if we had that, information to people, because I think that would help. Or maybe we need another discussion about that. I'm just trying to, really gauge, and I think the council can weigh in too, where we go next. What are the biggest questions that we're really hearing from people, and that, we want to really have, questions about, because, one was that, at least the way I heard it was that, we should have a whole plan put together ahead of time. But, we really decided that we didn't really know. We needed to take this in incremental bites, and going out to the public and, designing the grand plan was something that we really, it was a way to hear from everybody from every end of the community, which is, really kind of what we did. So having another plan that might be, something we would want to talk about in the future and how we go about it. But I really, going through that plan with all those meetings, I never really, we got a lot of great information to people, and it just, it felt like that wasn't a problem going through that. So I'm still, have a lot of questions about, how would that have been designed differently. So, there's maybe that is another education, listening session, whatever we want to call these. They're just, a way to really kind of break down into little small bites this big complex project here. And, even I think some of the previous, comments we heard from the public here, I know there's a lot of ways to kind of hear things, but I can tell you that we hadn't really decided to really take the next steps in where we really needed to go with financing or what we were going to do. There were a lot of questions that, we still hadn't really resolved. I know some of you, I think everybody here probably sat through, our last use permit on trying to figure out where we're going to have music and how many people at one little business. And those are the types of questions that we're always going to get dealt with. But, sometimes when you're not sitting up here all the time doing all this, you don't see all that. And sometimes you hear, some of these sound bites and interpret them. So maybe we just need to do a different type of job interacting with the community, but we got to get them here so we can talk together. So I think those are challenges that, we all face kind of moving forward. So yes, please come on up. Councilmember Tripp, go ahead. Yeah.
It's all right. Karen,
you don't have much public. You guys get to talk a lot.
Well, first, number one, I don't think there's any dispute on whether you bought the property or didn't buy it. I think it was the best move. I've lived here for a long time, and I remember that we didn't want to see another huge hotel where the elementary school was. Sorry, Gary. But anyway.
And that's why we have a general plan. That was never going to happen.
Anyway, so that, I think that was great. But and since it has the exercise, whatever, fitness center and all that, I think that at least when I walked around for people to sign the referendum, I got feedback one-on-one, okay? And, I did that with Jesse. I did that with Mindy. I did not do it with Jam, but I'm trying to think of Robin. So, we met people face to face, and everybody is very happy about the purchase of the elementary school. They're not so happy about the housing being there and the cost of it. And now you're saying that the cost wasn't going to really happen. It was going to be discussed even further. But as Jill put in what she said, that was not what was said at the meetings with the town manager and in those February meetings. So just to, put the facts with the facts. But what has happened now at the elementary school, I think the community would really like that, and that's what is being told to me. And in the various things that I have been invited to, whether it be at the Villaggio or people's homes, is that, we'd really like to see that to be a community place. And for also the tourists that come here, something that isn't, it's not necessarily in the center of town, but it is a main hub there, to keep it that way and possibly to find another area. Yountville's a small town, so we're not going to have the workforce being far away from us. So that's not an intention, just to let you know. Back there, when I hear that, it made me concerned that, no, we do want the workforce to be, it's going to be in Yountville, so we're going to be with each other, and that's the way we want it. But I'm not so sure if that is the location for our workforce. There's something at the church that's for sale. There's other areas that can be entertained. But once again, the survey, the employee survey, that's, I think, the first step. So, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Tripp.
I totally agree with the idea that we need to try to focus on some of what actually happened, although that isn't particularly my desire. So I just want to add, I appreciate Ms. Turner's listening to the March 17th meeting. I also just want to point out one of the slides that was presented said April-May decision point from town council. February 17th meeting. March would be a direction point from the council, April, May, decision point. We'll never know whether things would have slowed down after that meeting. We'll never know that. So that will remain an unknown, whether the council would have really stepped back and really started looking at some of these issues. I know, for example, there was a legal opinion being prepared on whether we could restrict the workforce housing, how that would work. None of that had come forward at that point. So I have no idea if the council would have said we need to slow down. A lot of people thought not, but we'll never know that for a fact. But certainly the plan was, as presented by the town manager, was a decision point in April and May, a March direction point. Okay, so I want to make that point because that is a fact. It's in the record. In terms, I'm really glad we acquired the property. I just want to go on record saying that. I'm in favor of workforce housing, and I love the current amenities. They have personally improved my life. I have family members at Camp Wyville. I'm at the dog park regularly. I enjoy the coop. No argument. And it needed a lot of work, and thanks to John Ferns, it really looks good. As good as could be, given it was a school site, and some very inventive and appropriate uses. I also want to thank Celia for her report, because it was really helpful. And I want to point out just one other really important fact. Of the $1.7 million on planning, and I believe I went through the whole list, we spent $60,000 of that $1.7 million on financial planning. And that was, from last summer going forward, a real problem for me. So how we were going to reach decisions in April and May on how to finance this, what's appropriate, what amount of subsidy was going to be required, when we spent $1.7 million planning, but only $60,000, half of which went to a bond kind of consultant and half to the BAE presentation. So I think that just says something. I'll leave it to you as to what that says. I also discovered, and I really do feel there was a transparency problem here. One of the interesting expenditures that I saw was we pulled up the agreement. It's not apparent whether there is a work product, but it was with an architect in December of 24 for a workforce study. And that was the name of the agreement. We paid $22,000 for a workforce study. I have no idea if we ever got it. That was way back at the beginning of the project. Interestingly enough, the proposal said, some of the premises in the proposal for the workforce study said, we're planning on one-on-one parking, one parking per unit, which turned out to be one of the major problems, one parking space for each unit. That became a real issue, but that was back in 24, apparently part of the plan, and 100 units. And so we spent $24,000. We never saw that. We spent $55,000 or more or less on this whole question of how we can restrict legally the whole thing to workforce housing. Again, all that would have, I guess, become forward in a month and a half. I'm not so clear on that. So I just think we need to be realistic about what actually happened. It was a great report that Celia prepared. I do have two legal questions. One, I wanted to ask Gary. I noticed Celia's comment on the slide. The public works projects require competitive bidding, and it doesn't mention the fact that the town uses also, and Gary might want to comment, we don't get proposals necessarily. It's not required for what's considered professional services. So I don't think we did any sort of RFP for the architect, and I'm not saying that's not legal. I'm just saying I think that is true. I don't think we were planning to do a request for proposal for the operator, although I'm not sure about that. So you can make...
Here we were. We discussed that up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But certainly not for the architect.
No, not for Kelly Morgan.
Right, not for the architect. So we can end up spending large amounts of money without, I think that is actually something I would like to see changed. I would like to see the town have a policy that whether it's professional or construction, any agreement over $100,000 should be, we should go out for a request for proposal. But that's a policy issue, not a legal issue. But I do think it's important to make that note that we do use that provision quite frequently, that we will make very large expenditures without, whether you call it a request for proposal or just RFQ, looking at people's qualifications. I think that's really important, and we didn't necessarily do that in this situation.
Yeah, so just to unpack that for a moment. So the municipal code distinguishes between materials, equipment, services on the one hand, and then public works on the other hand. And these are very different processes under state law and also under the municipal code. So for public works, so when you think about like constructing things and replacing streets and pipes and all the things that John Ferns handles in his department, up to $75,000 state law just allows to contract by force account. 75 to 220 requires informal bidding, and there's a process for that informal bid, and it does include pre-qualifying contractors and then soliciting bids from them. And then above that amount is a formal bid where you actually publish and give more time and you open sealed bids. And there's a process for that. So that's a public works process. The town follows that law and that state law, as do most other cities in the state. There are some exceptions for charter cities and some smaller cities don't, but almost every other one does follow that same exact process. On the other hand, you have equipment and materials and services. Services are then divided between general services and professional services. You are correct that there is no requirement for an RFP or an RFQ for professional services, but your municipal code authorizes it. And before selection of any of these professional services, and just to unpack that a little, includes architects, financial advisors, attorneys, project managers, things like that. Before selecting them, there is a due diligence that occurs. And so staff, the department head that's requesting it, needs to look and investigate, look at the rates and the like. So there isn't an RFP process that's used every time, but I would say that's not the same as saying that we just go out without any due diligence and go and select whoever and pay them whatever. There is a process in place in the municipal code, and that is followed. And I would say that process is followed and is the same as nearly every other city in the state. So professional services are routinely exempted from competitive bidding requirements because when you are selecting a professional, the lowest cost, the cheapest provider is not the primary concern, right? You are looking for a professional who can deliver on this specific project with a specific skill set, and you might want to pay an architect more because he or she has experience in this particular area. And if you went out to an RFP, or if you were applying competitive bidding principles, you'd be forced to select someone at a lower cost who might not be a good or the best fit for the town. So the town follows the same process that just about every other city in the state follows by exempting it. That does not mean that you can't put restrictions in, right? So just because we're following what is the standard in the state of California, this council could put a restriction in that you're describing and say everything over 100,000. It would be an outlier, but it's within your discretion to direct staff that way.
Okay. Well, just on your comment on professional services, just as when we picked an executive recruiter, and I'm not talking about picking the lowest bidder necessarily. We interviewed several, and I think when you were selected as town attorney, I don't know this, I wasn't here, but I think you came and made a presentation, and maybe some others did as well. So that is
Correct.
Not uncommon for professional services. And I think what you just said, for the architect, for example, there is an internal due diligence that gets done. Is that, so in this circumstance, was that documented anywhere, or maybe I missed it?
Well,
is that the town manager basically used his discretion to pick an architect? Is that correct?
Well, it's certainly not agendized because as long as it's within the town manager's contract authority, it doesn't need to be approved by the council because you've already delegated.
Well, now
that
here we're
authority.
talking about something that's not in his contract authority.
I know, but I just wanted to unpack the requirements here, right? So when we're talking about documentation of this, so if it's something that the council approves, that's going to appear on an agenda, and there's a documentation and an opportunity for questions to be asked and the like. There isn't an internal memo that's created because the municipal code doesn't require it. But yes, I do believe that process was followed. And certainly when contracts are finalized, there's a process here in Town Hall, right? So someone's selected, clerk has a role in that, the department head has a role in it, Celia has a role in it. All of these departments have to sign off. Has this been budgeted? Is the correct contract being used? So our office creates 6 different form contracts depending on what's being contracted for, much to the chagrin of your staff, I might add. And that correct contract then has to be routed. It then comes through my office for signature. We check the contractor, make sure correctly, check if there's any pending enforcements against them. All of that is done before any contract is signed. So there is due diligence. It's just not a memo saying that.
Okay, and then but I just want to point out when we did approve the on-call agreements, and I believe that was in the June meeting of last year, over $2 million. And I just went back and recently looked at the tape, so I know this was discussed as presented. There were no, and then I'm going to leave this topic, but as presented at that meeting, there were agreements for over $2 million. The addendum, which showed rates, and they were not fully completed contracts without the addendums that showed rates. And your comment at the time was, we will get all that or have it maybe somewhere. But we were looking at contracts that didn't show what we were going to pay people and all the like. And I just went back and looked at that recently. So it was over $2 million for the on-call agreements. And you pointed out that was appropriate, and I'm not criticizing it legally. I just want to get some of the actual facts out there. So when I approved it, and I made a point of that, and it's all on the tape, I thought we needed those services, but I wasn't comfortable. I like to look at the agreement and see what are we paying these people on an hourly basis, and it wasn't available.
Yeah, and I understand that concern, and I would also like to say on the record that I think that the best practice is to have all that information in front of the council. So I agree with you on that. What the municipal code requires is that you approve the contracts above a certain dollar amount. That is what the council did. Just one more comment, because there have been a lot of questions around this, so I do think it's important to say it. The town's contracting procedures have remained the same during my entire tenure here, and those processes have been followed during my tenure here. So I do want to say that.
But you didn't, right. As you might say, and maybe coming out of business, you cannot ask a board to approve a contract without it being a complete contract. And I understand what you're saying, that that's allowed here, but it's not in some ways. If our job is to make policy decisions and understand what's going on, it made it hard. But that's a digression. I just want to point out some facts because it was a lot of money at the time, and it still is a lot of money. But anyway, and then I'll stop. My final legal question, I did want to make a point that we do approve contracts for professional services in very large amounts without necessarily having an RFP or RFQ, and I'm not sure that's a good policy. But my other question is, so on the Measure S, we took the money out of the Measure S fund. Is there any requirement that we do something, roughly a third of the cost of the purchase, and then I think some of the other costs was paid? Is there any legal requirement we do something that would qualify as either workforce or affordable housing? The language of the, I guess I don't know if you call it an initiative, whatever it was we voted on didn't really specify what workforce or affordable housing is, but we did take the money. Do we not have an obligation now, having spent a third of the cost from that fund to put workforce housing or affordable housing that would arguably fit that distinction?
Yeah, let me unpack those two things. So one more comment on the RFP process. Even though I know you want to move on, I do want to make one more comment on that. Imposing an RFP requirement for professional services would formalize the process and require it every time, right? But that does not mean that there isn't a due process or a solicitation process that occurs here in Town Hall when the town contracts for professional services. So I want to be clear to everyone who's listening, these are not the same. Just because there isn't a requirement doesn't mean that we're not going through a due diligence process for selecting these folks. So for Measure S, it says that the money has to be spent on affordable housing or workforce housing programs and services. So programs and services is what the measure states, right? So that discretion is up to you all. What is a program for workforce housing? What is a service for workforce housing, right? So you have allocated a certain amount of money towards the purchase, which means that the property needs to be used for affordable housing, workforce housing, programs, or services, right? So that could be the actual building of the housing, certainly, but it could also be other things that this council decides.
But wouldn't it have to do with the property? I'm just trying to imagine a service that would, I mean...
Well, I know, and I will leave that to the imagination of you five. But yes, it would require something on that property. Yeah.
Right. So how actual buildings or a service?
Well, or a program.
Or a program. Okay.
That's what the law says.
Okay. Anyway, so those were my questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
For example, just to be clear, a program would be that we ran a child care facility on the property in a building we built for all the workers' children. That would be an example, correct?
Correct. And it could be other things to correct. Right. Yes.
Just one of many. Yes. Public would like to come back up.
I was going to say that about you could make it something, but you could also pay it back.
Can you?
I'm sorry, Karen.
It's just I know what my TV
I'm sorry.
people.
I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. That's okay.
Anyway, I'm just saying you could have daycare, you could have many things, services, and for the workforce, affordable folks, or you could pay the money back. It's a third of the total amount, correct? So
roughly,
you could put that back. The town could put, and now the town owns that for the town. And then you go purchase something else, and it's in Yountville. I don't know. It's an idea.
Is that true? Could we pay it back?
I'm happy to address that. Would the council like me to?
Sure, go ahead.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, you have funds that are dedicated for certain purposes. Measure S is a special tax which requires spending up for certain reasons. So yes, you could reimburse the Measure S fund with other funds and effectively remove that requirement. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. I was wondering when you were coming up.
So much to unpack, and appreciate everyone's efforts. I think what I'm hearing is not everyone agrees that the school site is where workforce housing should be. So I think, and I know it, or hope that it's scheduled soon, a discussion of what our workforce obligations are. I hope there's a discussion about what funding sources are really available to us. I recently understood a project in Calistoga got built with money that was received from grants, but to be approved for those grants, they had a list of 20 things that had to be available in the town, not one of which is available in Yountville. So it's tempting to say that we can meet our housing obligation on the Catholic Church property. I hope that some of that will come to pass, but we don't have control, especially at the lower tiers of the affordability. Perhaps with cash, we can incentivize builder to put workforce housing at the lowest 2 tiers on that site, but that's going to be hard. Another thing I know is that we don't want to build workforce housing any sooner than we have to, only because this is a marathon, not a sprint. This resource of having the school site as a place to protect our ability to control our planning is a way that we can prevent a 2-story or 3-story apartment building next to my house in Old Town if we lose control of our housing element. So I think we need a discussion of the housing element. I think we need a discussion of the funding that's available to us. But I think we need to be honest on what we really think, where we really think workforce housing is going to go. It's not going to go on Thomas Keller's garden, which is where we claim it's going to go. It's not going to go on the couple acres at the school site or at the Catholic Church, which isn't even for sale. It's 13 acres somewhere else on a different part of the parcel. So we need to be realistic. We can't.
And that parcel, just because you're talking about, is in a 100-year floodplain, just to add to your difficulties.
Which is going to take 5 years if they started today to get it through. CEQA, to get it through the Environmental Quality Act, and that sort of thing.
Changing the floodplain, that's a complicated process with the state.
No, I've looked into that. It is complicated. It not only requires the Corps of Engineers and some other people as well. So anyway, I just think you want a way forward. People want to be involved, but I think we need to be honest. I think we need all the facts. And I do feel you all, I think, should be leading the charge at these meetings. If people don't want to show up, that's unfortunate, but we can only do what we can do, and we need to protect our ability to control our housing element. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, too. I think those are great comments because it is complicated. I sit on flood control, and all the work that we're doing on flooding, because I've even asked the experts down there, how difficult is that going to be to change some of those maps? It's very, very difficult because I think we can just see the lack of flooding if you've really followed floods like I have over 100 years here. It used to always, and the biggest problem with the flooding is the Napa River meets Hopper Creek, and we don't really see that anymore. I'd like to think that all the tremendous work we're doing on the flood control board is really affecting that, but that argument's not going to fly, and I'm not going to get that floodplain changed overnight with that just little argument. But yeah, there is a lot of moving parts there. But and I think all these types of discussions, with the public to understand, what land we have. I've worked a lot with the county supervisors. Their answer: go up, keep going up. Well, we have a general plan. The general plan, people said, nope, we're not going up. There's one little place on the west side of Washington, if there's a civic amenity, where maybe we would entertain 3 stories. So, we spent a lot of time and a lot of money on that general plan, and that was a plan put together by the people. So just educating the public with all these pieces that kind of go together, I think we've just got to take the time, which is, I think, why we're doing these kinds of sessions. And, I know it's late, but most town council, we always started at 6 o'clock. We'd just be 15 minutes into a meeting, and, it would be like 11 o'clock at night. I was bleary-eyed. I couldn't even think anymore. So, I think it's great that we kind of captured a bit positive from COVID and did 3 o'clock. I know it helps our staff who, shows up at 8 o'clock, and then, they'd have to stay around for a meeting that started at 6. So, there are a lot of things that would be great to have, but, sometimes it's a bit of a negotiation with everything. So, but I do appreciate public kind of being here and listening to this part. Ken, maybe you want? Yeah, because I wanted to talk to Ken about a few things too. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want to go ahead?
You go.
I just briefly, I just want to say I appreciate the beginning of this conversation. Talking about these numbers are important because we've had conversations with the community and heard things about the type of funds that were used, and that maybe only Measure S was the only funds set aside that paid for this the property that was workforce related. But as the mayor mentioned, way back starting in 2020, the town set aside money to purchase the YES property, and in October of 2022, before pretty much most of this council was elected, or the council that I was on and the mayor was on as a council member, we added another $750,000 that brought the general fund assigned for affordable housing opportunities up to 3.6. So when you look at the Measure S and the funds assigned for affordable housing opportunities, not only this council but previous councils, Mayor Dunbar, Council Member Joe Tagliabashi, the Vice Mayor Dorenbecker, we set aside money, and so almost 60% of the funds for the purchase of this property were set aside to purchase a property to look at developing affordable housing. So that was a commitment this council, not just this council, but going back years, made. But we need this conversation. We need to continue this conversation and talk about the decisions were made and the opportunities we have and the limitations or whatever we have with workforce housing. But I think it's clear that that what I hear today sometimes, and it's repeated, is that in my mind, our February meeting, we were talking about this project. We were listening to the community talk much longer than just the 3 hours we've been here. I think that meeting went almost 4 hours. And it wasn't until the very end that we spoke. But what the community needs to be aware of is, using the train image, the engineers the people that drive the engine, that are the engineers that drive the train, or the five of us up here. The town manager was a conductor, and the conductor doesn't decide who spends the money, who drives the train. It's the five of us here. So we need to understand that the decisions and about when a project would move forward was a conversation still happening in February, and that before even our next council meeting, there was a petition circulating in the community saying that we were going to spend a certain amount of money. That petition was basically telling the community we were going to spend something that this council, the engineers of our train, hadn't made a decision on yet. And so what's important now is we continue this conversation talking about what happened, what we can do, what we can't do in the future, and listen to each other and to dialogue, and so that we all are on the same page and understand what happened and what we need to do in the future. So, and I would, so I look forward to future conversations like this, and hopefully more people are here so we can talk about all the needs of this community and what we'd like to see our community be in the future. So anyway, that's my hopefully short comment.
Okay, and maybe there's more. Vice Mayor.
I want to bring it back to the numbers, and I just am appreciative of having it so clearly delineated about what was spent on absolutely everything in this project. And to make it clear about how much money we actually have spent and what we spent it on. And when I look at the detail of where it went, there are some large sums, but not out of the expectation of a professional job that was accomplished. And to think that, like in my own budget, I would have much smaller numbers because I don't have this constant income, right? But as a town, these expenses were reasonable and necessary. We have been accused of moving forward without any information and without budgeting, which is clearly not the case when you look at these numbers and what we got from the numbers. And I think specifically the deliverables that were in your report, all of the things that we now have to fall back on and to use in any future discussions on this development are there for our use and are still valid. So none of these expenses were extraordinary or not useful. So I just want to make that statement because I think there are a lot of rumors going around that we were going to spend $90 million on this project and that somehow that was going forward without any discussion. We've had discussions about this particular set of numbers that were budgeted and approved by us. I think it's important that all of those decisions were 5-0 on this council. So the problem that I see is a communication problem, and perhaps the idea that we should not talk so much is actually the reverse. I think there is also a misconception that the former town manager was driving everything, but that's not the case. The council has been requesting and making policy decisions concerning this property all along, and whatever was mentioned in the January 17th meeting was projection for if the council wants to move forward, we can move on these dates. But we never got the opportunity to discuss what was presented on the 17th. And I can assure you, listening to the Ponch's discussion, that is exactly the tedious discussion we would have had we had the chance on the 17th, because we are not frivolous and we are not spendthrifts on this council. So to say that somehow the town manager had decided, that's not his job. That's our job. And we had not made that decision. So I just need to clarify that. And we have to agree that there are some rumors that have created a mindset that is not helpful here. And so when we're presenting, the whole idea of presenting these numbers was to counter the kind of misinformation that has been going around town saying how much was spent or how much we were going to spend for 30 units. That was never established. So we have to move forward, yes, but you have to be willing to listen to the information that is available. If you didn't attend any of the sounding meetings that went on for a year, I'm sorry that you missed those. But coming in and deciding that we've already done something that you don't like, that's a whole other scheme. So I really want to not move quickly through this. We are expecting more information to kind of give us all the same playing field for this information. And I would really love it if everybody who comes to, find out about this does it with a little bit more openness to hearing what's actually true. So the transparency problem, I don't think exists unless that seems like some kind of talking point. We have been very transparent, and we have had one-on-one conversations, as you have mentioned from your public comment when you circulated the petition. You had lots of one-on-one comments or conversations, but over that year, our designer had lots of one-on-one conversations. So the whole idea is to continue the conversation, maybe not one-on-one, but we definitely need to have these discussions about the facts and the figures that we've been actually handed. So the whole idea of buying the commons was to be a community asset, not to be a community disruption, right? So we are trying to move into the commons to create value, right? And so the value is already there. Even if we don't do anything else, the value remains. The town hall is now on the commons property. So all of that is important to the town, but to pay ourselves back so that we can put housing for workers somewhere else, that doesn't make sense. We purchased the whole property to be more than one thing. And in order to purchase another property, we'd have to spend more money and get only one thing. So this property offered a lot of flexibility, and all the planning that went into it was about being flexible, creating lots of different lots so that we could develop it in different time frames so that it gave the town a long-term ability to address affordable housing and workforce housing. So it really makes sense to put it here. It makes sense to move forward with a project that is suitable for the property. And we need to consider all of the things that have already been done and discuss those things over the reality of what numbers make sense. And we were always going to have that discussion, but I want to have it now for sure. So I'm hopeful that we can have more discussions on what our affordable housing needs are and what our housing element states and what constitutes affordable, the 5 phases of affordability, and then what workforce housing that we were proposing, which is at the higher level, not deed-restricted affordable housing, but affordable to that mid-income that can't pay market rate, but are not necessarily subsidized by a rent subsidy. So those are my comments.
Well, you brought up something that I've been wanting to mention too, because I think these conversations, it's unfortunate more people aren't here, but maybe maybe we'll start attracting those other people. But with the communication, I think that we've heard from a lot of people that are very negative. I've heard from a lot of people that aren't. But what I've heard from them is not about what they like about the property necessarily, but they are afraid to come to these meetings because people are so negative, because there's applauding and cheering and clapping and booing, and they want to talk too. So I think as a community, to have these discussions, we've got to be, not everybody is, has as much coat of an armor on to be able to get up and, really address the council and tell us, everything that we're doing wrong and all that. They're a little more sensitive than that. And I think we need to be, more welcoming to all of those, because if we're really going to move this project forward as a community, we have to be welcoming to our community and what they, want to come and say without it looking like, the finals in the soccer match where everyone's booing and yelling and all that stuff. Just, I think that politeness, is going to help us, really kind of come together and talk. So I'm going to keep asking politely, if people can refrain from, the clapping and the booing, just out of respect for one another, because I want those people to kind of come and join this conversation. So I think it's important that this is a beginning, and, we kind of learn. So, and people that, definitely want to, have a different opinion, please come and express it. We have no problem with that, and we're willing to open up the discussion and kind of debate it. And there's pluses and minuses to all sorts of things. That's why I'm so thankful there's 5 of us, because, we all bring very different perspectives to all this. And, but, together, I think we get it right almost all the time. So I'm very appreciative of all the other, the council members and the time we put into this, and always the staff. Without our staff, we would have nothing to talk about, because without what they give us, because it just is so meaningful. So thank you for bearing with us with all this stuff and providing all of this. And so, I value your insights, all of you, a lot. So
Margie, can
anyway,
I'll be quick.
Okay, no, that's okay.
Famous last
That's
words.
okay. Yeah.
But I just want to say that after the February 17th meeting, there was a lot to dissect. And you are right. Brad had full vision, full confidence, and he was conducting, and he could see the light at the end of the tunnel. We couldn't see. And there was so much to dissect that I think people forget that we canceled a few of our next meetings intentionally. We asked for cancellations because we saw that there was so many options that we needed to evaluate. And we also asked for KNN and BAE to, even though it was only 60,000, the original reports, we knew that that was not satisfactory, that we needed more information. So we were ready to engage them to come back to us with more information, including survey options. So there are some things that we did that just seem to have fallen off the wayside with the feeling that we were in a hurry and we weren't going to do anything any further to dissect. And it's actually, I'd like a little bit of credit for that we all were trying to go, wait, we need to cancel some meetings and keep listening and keep learning. And at the same time, I do feel like I wish that the town manager wouldn't have been so forthcoming with dates and his crystal clear timeline. I wish that we could have created a stop along the train metaphor that broke down all the decisions that we needed to make, and without even a timeline for those, but to give the public an idea that we were going to be working on these things. So I take onus on my side that didn't happen. I knew in full confidence that there was a lot that we needed to dissect and look at, but with the public, it's really hard when people come up here and say things good and bad. Like the last meeting, somebody said we don't really understand and aren't happy for property values to go up. Well, that was one person's comment, but it kind of felt like we like property values. And then when somebody said, well, there are the mean girls and that, so everybody in the public has a right to say something, but that doesn't mean that we're up here embracing it. It's all filtering through the community, and it's all up to us to be the rising tide that's going to lift this boat. So if we have people coming here and saying, you were going to spend $91 million, you were all in when we met on February 10th, before February 17th, that is not helping because none of us had that ability to foresee what we were going to hear on February 17th. So if we all work together and come in with positive ideas for how we can shape this in the future, then we'll be able to get somewhere positive together.
The beauty
Any
of
last
quiet.
words, Councilmember Tripp?
Well, I made this, I just want to put this on the list of, I don't want to say educational because I do think it's important that it's a matter of listening, but the list of things that we are going to talk about, and I suggested this at the last meeting, didn't get any traction, but it's to kind of go back, and a few people have spoken to this, look at some of our assumptions and premises about workforce versus affordable housing. I'm all in on putting some housing here personally at the Commons that would fit and meet our objectives. But I would like to step back a little and make sure we're all in agreement on what kind of housing would be suitable, because there is a range of options between affordable and workforce and what's our target audience. And we haven't gotten all the information. As I mentioned, when I pulled out this list, I was surprised. We have actually spent, we just hadn't gotten there, I guess, some money to find out what limitations we could put on housing that would stick or be enforceable for employees who are here in Yountville but then may leave. So all this is really important, and we haven't gotten all that information yet. So I would like to just put that on the list personally, that we really look at some of our basic assumptions about what it is that we're trying to do in terms of housing and what need we want to fill. And then I still believe a survey is really important, and if we decide we really want to do workforce housing. And I just want to point out, and Brad shared this with me, and I think at least one other council member, when we went out to engage BAE, one of the first consultants that Brad approached and I think was ready to hire, but then had another commitment and could not fulfill it, her email was very clear. She said, this is a great project, but you have to start with some sort of survey of your employee base and also the employers. So I just want to continue to say I think a survey is important, but probably even more important is to step back and decide as a council, which is a policy issue, what is our target here? Who is this housing for? And what are our actual legal limitations? Because that plays a big role. I mean, we could decide we want to do X, but if we can't ever really enforce it in terms of it being for employees and employees who then may leave their jobs, we need to really step back. So that would be my only thing, that we have that discussion as well, because I'm not sure we really had that discussion when we started out. We all said workforce, but I'm not sure we all had the same thing in mind as a council. So I'd just like to put that on the list of things we could talk about.
But I still think fundamentally there's a lot of information going around yes, please come up.
Well, before I forget, so Karen Thurling again. So
You need to pull the microphone down again. Sorry, different people come up that are different heights. Sorry.
So it just was brought to my mind. One of the reasons why I brought up about the school, the property staying the way it was, whether for the community and so on, was several people that have grown up. Eric, you grew up here, but a lot of the neighbors that grew up and went to school or their kids went to school in this location, is they said, we're not going to be around, and that to keep it as a school, the property, we move on. But if you build something that is another housing or apartments or something like that, is no longer is going to be a school ever again. It could be a school, if you continue to use it for the fitness or the dog park or the whatever, the community and tourist comes, it's still, that location still can be changed to something else as opposed to permanently making it something else. So that was just something that I picked up, and it's been in the back of my mind. I was a teacher for 20 years for emotionally disturbed children. That school is still there. It's something else, but it's still a school for something else. So just something.
Yes.
There's options where housing and schools meet and work together. I mean, I went to Justin Siena in Napa, and Justin Siena sold a big parcel off recently, and there's that senior housing that's on Solano Avenue. That's right there at that school, and those. So I mean, I'm not sure if there's ever would be an option that there would be a school again on the property, but you know, housing on that property and what other uses are compatible, whatever other compatible, and the concept I think we continue to say is that the town invested and purchased this property as an asset for the community, planning multiple uses, and so those uses we have to work on and build something that the community can accept and that we can move forward. But you know, we put a lot of money in for. We bought the property with the intent for there to be some type of housing, as well as many other uses. So we have to just continue this conversation, because I think we'll eventually come to something that balances the uses on a property that can work, which is housing and community uses as well. So that's my feeling. It's possible.
Well, I want to emphasize that it was a long-term plan if you're looking at the full build-out. So councils in the future would have something to draw on that was from what the public wanted during the year and a half of outreach. And so when Mr. Becker said that it's going to be here long after we are, that's true, but it gives future residents and future councils the opportunity to move forward with different parcels on the property. And so there was never a moment where I thought, oh, we're just going to take over this whole thing and put our footprint down in every single quadrant of this property. We're going to focus on something that's manageable and smart and functional for employees, and the future could be decided in the future. So
money was going to do a lot to limit that.
Well, for us, definitely,
Yeah.
but also the designs that were thoughtful and actually kind of mission style and very wine country-ish. So it would set a really high bar for anybody in the future to say, well, what are we going to do along Yount Street? It would have had to been a really elevated plan. And again, it was kind of a gift for the future in my mind.
And I think one of the next meetings I'd like to see pretty imminently is really kind of talking about, you know, I think a lot of people think you just kind of like, you know, call up a affordable housing developer, they come in here and they scurry around and put all this stuff here, and then they go away and look, we're left with all this. It's got so many strings attached that I think we really need to go back to the whole concept of what does that really mean? What does it look like when you bring in an affordable housing developer versus being your own developer versus some hybrid of all of that? I think that would be a great educational opportunity for all of us. We haven't had that discussion, and there's lots of different colors of this money out there, and which part are we willing, what kind of money are we willing to accept and give up versus let's take it, let's really, you know, slow roll this whole plan and build what we can as money comes on board over time. So I think those big strategic discussions are really is what is needed probably, and there might be several pieces to that. But I don't think that this whole community really has a full understanding, as well as the council. I'll speak for myself too. Like, what do you give up when you bring in an affordable housing developer versus what you get versus what we had planned versus something that is probably going to be
Well, that
maybe
goes
a
back
little
to
in
the
middle.
discussion of what's the difference between subsidized and affordable housing. I mean, those two things are linked.
Right.
And that's why it makes it even more confusing.
Right,
And we really need to have that discussion because we never had that discussion. And I don't have the answer there. There's some studies that actually quantify what they call the capital stack, and the more developed, right, you can end up adding a lot of expense and a lot of limitations, but we never had the discussion. And it turns out we, as a town, even as our own developer, have a lot of limitations, which we never actually came to understand. What are our limitations in terms of a lot of what you hear with affordable housing, and what the previous town manager said was they have a whole bunch of rules and limitations, and okay, let's hear about that. And then the town also, what I'm coming to see, we didn't have a blank slate as to how we were going to run this either in terms of affordable limits and the like. So we just need the information. I don't actually have the answer, but we never reviewed that question. So I agree with the mayor. A really objective review would be very, very helpful.
But I think, breaking it down into little subject matters, and maybe one rolls into the next, so we can have an overall plan where we're going. But, we'll just kind of, have these discussions and really see where we're going. But I think what I'm hearing from everybody is, let's continue talking, and I would like to just say, let's continue talking respectfully, because it's the only way we're going to really hear a lot of stuff from people. And I want to invite other people back into this chamber to kind of talk to us and be able to not be afraid. And I don't think that's asking too much.
And hopefully, Mayor, if there's folks that are listening at home,
yeah,
then they can always send us communications to the council, each of us, or to the town, and it'll be shared as public comment, so that I'd love to hear if there's people are out there still listening that or listen to this tape later after at another day, that we hear from them. So
okay.
And it goes both ways. The council also has gotten a little bit into people's faces who make public comments. So and take comments personally, which is not. It's easy to do. So I agree with the mayor. The comments need to be civil, but also I think the council needs to not necessarily get defensive and hear the words, but also hear some of what is behind the words. So I think it works both ways in terms of civility. And then also, we did have a lot of people here to talk about the site. In fact, I saw the project architect, and I'm sure he was here. I believe probably to hear about this discussion that we just had. Maybe when we have a lot of people, I understand why we maybe had to have the hearing first. Maybe I understand that. But maybe we could also arrange the agenda so that when we have a lot of people here to talk who then actually left, and I understand that, that also can play a role in terms of how much participation we have. Because we did have a lot of participation, but the way the agenda was arranged, and the lengthy hearing, it just wasn't going to work. So we need to kind of try to make it community friendly, as well as saying that the community is the problem in terms of civility. We need to do everything we can to facilitate the discussion when the people are actually here, and then try to not argue with people and take in what they're saying. I've actually heard equal negative feedback from both sides of the dais here. So I just think we need to be accountable for that as well.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's saying that the community isn't being civil. The comment really goes to making everybody feel welcome that's here, with the applauding versus the booing. It's just, it's not, as I said, it's not a soccer match here. It's like, and everybody has different sensibilities, so it's a matter of respect.
Maybe these meetings on these issues could be a separate one. I know we have limited time, but maybe it's outside of the loop of getting town business done. So just a thought. Because having this amount of time to expand upon things has given us the open space that we've needed. But if we would have done this at the beginning of the meeting, we wouldn't. Yeah, we would have had people, but it would have, the Ponchos discussion, the GAN limit discussion, I mean, it would.
There's just so much business we have to accomplish
so
that, and this
a separate
isn't,
meeting.
this is probably, not quite as time limiting
study
as
session.
like calling for an election. We've got to do that within a certain period of time. So it's a fine balance that, we work with the staff and we hear you, but we'll just have to kind of see, we do have to get our work done first. So we'll do our best. So anyway, so with that, I'm going to move on to staff informational reports. Our last item here. We're not done yet, people. Do we have any staff informational? All my staff in the back that I see is shaking their head no. So I hope the town manager agrees. Yes, go ahead.
Mayor, just one quick
Okay.
announcement for the benefit of those in the audience and those who may be listening. Our next discussion will be focusing on housing, what the town's required to do under state housing element law, what our housing inventory is, what does affordable mean, what sites, that process. That will be the focus of our next meeting. So we look forward to seeing you there.
We're going to condense the housing element down into
a 5-hour
only
presentation.
Maybe
yes.
an hour or
So with
an hour
that,
and a
that's
half.
July 7th?
Yes,
So
correct.
would you like
Excuse me, it'll be July 14th.
14th.
Is what
14th.
the date we're targeting. I think we'll be able to make
great.
that.
All right. So we're just going to, okay.
21st?
And Mayor, I would, like to just quickly speak to the public comment process.
Yes.
I would request that members of the public interested in submitting comments do it to our specific inbox, public comment with 2 C's in the middle at yville.com. That really helps filter things and get them to council as quickly as possible, as
Okay.
well as putting public comment in the agenda title. If I
Okay.
were to receive a number of emails without that clarification, it's up to interpretation as to what is intended to be a public comment. So that is the preferred practice.
Okay.
More information can also be found in the Submit a Public Comment section of our website.
Okay, great. Well, we'll make sure we tell everybody that, and then we'll tell them again, and then we'll tell them one more time after that, and maybe one more time. So great. Thanks for helping us help the public out there. So
One last, if
Yes.
I may, Mayor, I misspoke. It's July 21st council meeting, not July 14th.
July, we're having one council meeting in July, and it's going to be on the 21st of July.
You will have a meeting on the 7th, but we won't be bringing the housing discussion at that meeting. It'll
Got
be
it.
on the
Okay,
21st.
so I thought we were having two. Okay, the 7th and the 21st of July. Mark your calendars. Okay, great. And the next, I don't know what we want to call these, listening sessions, educational sessions, hot topics. How about that? We'll be
I'd also
rolling these out.
like to ask that we splice this particular conversation along with the public feedback and keep it separate from the whole meeting, or have them together for our website, but maybe also just splice this portion and put that on the Commons website. If we can do that,
I
so
think
it's a
the intention
dedicated.
is to load the PowerPoint that was the slide deck that was presented today on the Yountville Commons page, and any conversation will be placed there, just so people don't have to rifle
Dig
through.
yeah,
absolutely.
Or listen to Ponchos, not that they would want to. But.
We will do our best to create a video. They are time-stamped. If the member of the public goes to the website, clicks the live meeting stream, when they're side by side, you have the agenda on one side of the frame.
I realize
You can go ahead and click the title, and it will jump you to the topic.
That's great.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I'm just, I'll wait. I have a update on a flood control meeting since we're talking about floodplains and all that, but I'll save that for next time. So I'll leave my agenda in there for that meeting. So can I get a motion from the council to adjourn to our regularly scheduled meeting on July the 7th? But after we all go to the park on July 14th.
Move to adjourn to July 7th.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstain, and that's a wrap, everybody. Thank you.